This time I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Mahomet Senior Board of Education at 7:02 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st. This time I'd like to remind everyone who's a guest, I think you did a good job of this with signing in. We've got quite a crowd tonight. There are some seats here in the front row, kind of like church. I'd also like to remind visitors that in order to facilitate an effective meeting this evening, if anyone would like to make comments to the board, there's the guidelines are outside, and there's these orange sheets. We need you to fill those out, get those to Dawn right away. I have several already. Those are the public participation forms. Public participation is allowed only during the public participation portions of the meeting. Other than that time, the board meetings are not interactive with those that are in attendance. I'd also like to make you all aware of a special situation we have going on tonight. Typically, the ceiling microphones and the built-in cameras system is what we use to live stream the meeting. Tonight, that system is not available to us, so we're using Bulldog TV, which means the sound is coming off the camera in the back of the room. So I'd like to just caution those of you that are sitting out there, if you say things, they will probably get picked up on the camera, particularly if you're close to the camera or talking louder than we are up front. I'm going to try to use a slightly louder than normal voice tonight, so the camera picks it up. But just a little warning to everyone out there, please kind of keep your comments down, or else you're going to make YouTube. I think that's it. We have roll call, please.
Giles.
Here.
Keith.
Here.
Henricks. Here. Schultz. Larson. Here. Hennessy. Here. Stone.
Here. Can we stand for the pledge? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Board members, you've had a chance to review the agenda for tonight. We did remove 2 items from the first draft of the agenda, and we'll have the second draft this afternoon. We removed the policy 7:135, and we removed board working documents. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Jeremy. Is there a second? We'll give that to Colleen. Discussion on the agenda? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. At this time, Courtney Cox is here with us. This is the new feature, Teaching Learning Showcase. We're going to donate or not. We'll dedicate just a couple of minutes to start meetings for this. Thank you for being here, Courtney. Being first, I know there's pressure.
Well, she said that my name is Courtney Cox, and I teach whole body health and wellness here at Middletown Prairie. It's my first year, and I just want to share a little bit with you about how this class has been impacting the students at Middletown. Alrighty, so our whole body health and wellness class was created to support the growing needs of our students at MPE. While in this class, students spend time focusing on their physical, social, and emotional health. This curriculum is based on teaching social emotional skills, movement, and whole body wellness. And our main focus is teaching social emotional skills. So social emotional learning is a process through which children and adults gain the knowledge, mindsets, and skills necessary to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. Social and emotional skills are critical to being a good student and citizen. So some of the units that I've covered so far this year, since August, are mindfulness, yoga, breathing techniques, growth mindset, conflict resolution, teamwork, sportsmanship, gratitude, kindness, empathy, all about the zones of regulation, size of a problem, and teaching kids self-regulation tools. Some of the other highlights are I teach the kids playwork or games from the Playworks curriculum, and they're inclusive, organized games that they can take outside to recess, and they play these games together at recess. Mr. Day, Mr. Martin, and I and a team of teachers work on weekly videos that tie into what I'm teaching during health each week, and we show those videos, or every teacher shows the video in their classroom on Tuesday morning. During morning meetings, the health theme for the week is tied into the morning meeting. Zones of regulation is something really incredible that I've seen the students embrace this year. Students are identifying their emotions and learning tools to help regulate their bodies. Students are using breathing strategies to help calm their bodies at home and school. And students are using conflict resolution tools outside of recess and in their classrooms. I just wanted to share 2 parent emails, not to boast about myself, but Mr. Martin created this new class with his vision, and just to show you why I think it's so valuable to our community. A parent said, I just wanted to reach out and say how much I appreciate the class you're teaching. My son is learning practical things that are changing his life for the better. He regularly practices the 5-finger breathing to calm himself down, and has recently started saying 5 things he is thankful for when he wakes up every morning. He listens to what you're saying, and takes it seriously. You're making a difference. And then we love what our daughter is learning in your class this year, and we think it's particularly fun that she is teaching her 3rd grade brother things like the meaning of the word empathy as it comes up in conversation, and your class is making a huge difference for our town's kids. And then I had a kindergarten teacher ask her students what they learned in health class. And I think it's really neat to hear kindergarten students because they're the smallest kids that I'm teaching. So Andrew said, I learned to stand up for others. If someone is being mean, tell them to stop. Emmy said, check each other's faces to check in to see how they are feeling. Claire, take a break if you're angry, sad, mad, stressed, frustrated. Bella, check others' faces for clues on how they feel. If they have tears, that means they're sad. Help them out if they need help. Treat people with respect. Madeline says, check on the buddy bunch and see if they want to play. Be nice to others, and they will be nice to you. Gifts can put a smile on someone's face. Emery says, empathy, knowing how other people feel. Learning yoga to calm down. The stop, walk, and talk method, counting to 10 when you're feeling frustrated. And they all said, treat others the way that you want to be treated. So I have a short video to show you about what a typical health class would look like. Every week it's different, but last week I was filmed teaching the kids different self-regulation tools to use, and they went around at 5 different stations, and they were able to check out all the tools, and then afterwards we came together and talked about which self-regulation tool helped their body calm down the most. And then I also have a few other kids sprinkled in explaining why they enjoy health class and what they learned from it. So thank you very much. Oops, don't pass the video. There we go.
My favorite thing about health is that we get to learn fun games, and once we learn them, we can use them outside at recess.
Mrs. Cox taught us how to use the 5-finger breathing when we take a break. It helps my body calm down so I don't get too wild.
I like to do push-up, wall push-up, and 5-finger breathing to calm down. Be kind to other people, even if you don't know them. In health class, I learned about grit and a growth mindset. In a time when I used grit, I was doing jiu-jitsu, and I had to remember that if I gave up, that he would immediately win.
Empathy is when you put yourself in other people's shoes and you know how they feel, or you could just say, I know how you feel, or I know that's hard.
Health class has also taught me how to be a better person.
Thank Thank you, Courtney, appreciate that presentation. I think those are some skills probably all of us can use. I like waking up and thinking of 5 things I'm thankful for. Good way to start the day. Board members, you've had a chance to look at the consent agenda. The consent agenda tonight includes minutes of previous meetings, bills, treasurer's reports, and personnel changes. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's presented? Well, first of all, does anybody wish to remove anything from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So,
Thank you. Is there a second? Further discussion on the consent agenda?
I would just like to add one thing to one of the minutes. On 11, 18, 19, and 92, we talked about the competency-based program. And we had talked in that meeting about putting in the waivers, but then the board hearing back before it was implemented. And I thought that was an important part of our discussion, so I'd like to.
Should we do with that change? All right, so the understanding, we're gonna make that change. We've got a motion and a second on the table. And can we have a roll call vote, please?
Hennessy? Yes. Schultz? Yes. Keith?
Yes.
Giles?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Larson? Yes. McComb?
Yes. Donations tonight, Dr. Hall, can you present for us?
Thank you. 3 donations this evening for the board to approve. The first one is from Our Lady of the Lake Catholic Church, a donation to Lincoln Trail for the Give Me 5 backpack program, a cash donation of $1,519. The next donation is from Lisa Powell to Lincoln Trail, also cash for the Give Me 5 backpack program, $75. And an anonymous donation to the high school of $5,000. This is cash for the Muhammad Seymour High School baseball team for uniforms. So very, very grateful for those generous donations as always.
Once again, outpouring folks in the community, and it's some very generous folks here. There's a motion to approve the donations as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Lori. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Merle. Questions or discussion on the donations? Hearing none, do a roll call vote, please.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Hennessy? Yes. Schultz?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
Giles?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
McComb?
Yes. Okay, now it's communication time. We do have several folks that have asked to address the board tonight. Before we do that, I know MSC, I saw, yeah. There's seats up here.
Okay.
James, you have anything official to report tonight? On behalf of the MSCA?
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
perfect. You're headed for the podium, so.
Okay, yeah. Makes me look a little taller. Okay, so, thank you. Last Monday, I came and I spoke to the policy committee, and there were a few board members there. And so we talked about some of the policies that have been coming across, proposals or revisions. And so I thought it might be best for the MSA to address the entire board with some of our thoughts and concerns that we have with some of the policies. So with that, after I met with the, after I came and spoke at the policy committee, I met with the exec on Friday, and at that meeting, we decided, you know what, it might be a good idea to try and hear as many voices throughout our district as possible on some of the policies that are being proposed or that are being thought of, revised, or whatever decisions the board's making. So we did a quick survey of those. And so the main policies that we looked at that are affecting the MSCA members, the first one was the revisions to the board policy on movies and media in the classroom. And with that one, so the policy was changing as far as adopting a 48-hour notice to let parents know when a movie is going to be shown in the classroom, and then give parents a chance to opt out. So with that one, we asked basically, do you strongly disagree, neutral, agree or strongly agree? And in those results, 80% of the staff that responded strongly disagreed with the policy or disagreed with the policy. There was some agreement and strongly agree on the policy, thought it was good, and that was 4.6% thought it was a good policy. And of those responses, 150 people responded to this survey. So we have a pretty good number. I am sure that of all the MSEA members that we surveyed, most of the responses came from teachers. These policies don't affect transportation department custodians, the EOPs, so they're not affected by these policies as much as our teachers are. So that was the first one that we pulled. The second one that we looked at was the proposed restroom usage policy, where students will be permitted access to the restroom at least 1 hour, one time per hour throughout the day. Passing periods will not be considered as restroom access if it's less than 5 minutes, and no student will receive any negative consequences for requesting use of the restroom. With that, we had 90% of our staff strongly disagreed with that policy. 2% thought it was good. So we're getting I think we're starting to see, where our staff is falling in some of these policies that are being proposed. The last one that probably got more attention than anything was the policy on information sharing with board members. And quite a few staff are up in arms because they don't know what that entails. What does that mean? I don't have an answer for them. I don't know what that means. I don't mean that if a single board member requests information from a staff member, that staff member has to give it if that's board policy. We don't know. It's a very scary territory for MSEA members to think about. With that, it was 93%, 86% strongly disagreed, 7% disagreed, and then there was a 0.7% that strongly agreed with that policy. So we are very, very concerned with that policy and what it entails or what it could actually mean to our members if the board member requests information. And what are we going to do with that, and how are we going to handle that? We also left an open box for staff to make comments on thoughts that they would not mind being shared at the board meeting. So some of those thoughts: these proposed policies show a lack of trust and respect to the hardworking teachers and staff in our district. The board needs to stop amending and adding policies that undermine the professionalism of the teachers. If there's a real problem with the issues, if there are parents, they should go straight to the source of the issue. These policies are setting up a culture of distrust. The board should be working to improve educational supports and planning for building needs at this time. There's some in here with comments to the movies, restrooms. These proposed policies show a lack of trust and respect to the hardworking teachers. These policies are setting up a culture of distrust. The board should be working to improve. I think I mentioned that one, excuse me. The action of this board have diminished the trust that I once had in our board. It feels very much the board does not see teachers as trusted professional educators, and by extension, the board is not allowing the teachers to exercise their judgment as professionals. I've got 4 more pages. I'm going to stop there. I think what we work hard with through the MSEA is establishing a chain of command and making sure that if we have issues, we work at the entry level. We work, if there's a problem or an issue, we go to the building principal. And if it doesn't get resolved there, then we go talk with Dr. Hall. And so we try and go through our chain of command, and we hope that that's happening with our board. If there's complaints or issues about movies being shown in the classroom, or restroom issues that aren't being worked out, that it should be worked out at the building level, and that's where we should be going first. As far as the mistrust, I think a lot of staff are starting to feel like we're starting to be micromanaged. And, you know, I don't know what Courtney Cox says. Phenomenal job. I heard it from the hallway. Phenomenal job, and it just shows the quality of teachers that we have in our district, how professional and hardworking we are. And if we have high-quality teachers, micromanagement doesn't need to happen. We can make those professional decisions on a daily basis, hourly basis, minute-by-minute basis. I think we all have the experience and everything that we need to tackle any tough situation that comes by, even if it is asking us to use the restroom. So I wanted to come and talk to you and share the results that I got and the information that has been presented to me. I wanted to let you know that this is not my voice. I speak for all of the teachers in the MSEA, and I see we've got a lot of people here today. So thank you for being here, guys, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to communicate with you guys this evening.
James, come back.
Yes.
Can I just ask you one follow-up question?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want, no, there's fine. First, I thank you for speaking and telling us about what the teachers feel. I appreciate that a lot. I'm wondering if there's anything else that you haven't thought of yet that's a concern of the MSEA or the teachers that you might want the board to focus on as an issue that's important to the teacher.
I think the big thing is just trust. I think we invested trust, the micromanagement. I think that we feel like we're being minimalized in a job that we're very highly qualified to do.
I guess that I appreciated your comments on that and took them apart.
Yeah.
I'm thinking outside of the things you have been speaking about tonight, are there any other issues that you might want the board to focus on?
Not has been brought to my attention.
Okay, I just wanted to ask if there was something that you were
No,
wishing we were focusing on.
No, I appreciate that.
Thanks, I
Aside,
appreciate it.
can I ask a quick question? Aside from the three proposals you mentioned, is there other situations where the board is micromanaging staff?
No, those are the three policies that really stuck out to the teachers and the staff, as far as regards to MSEA. So those are the three things that came out that seemed to be bothersome.
Well, I just want to say I'm very grateful for your feedback on it, because that's what this process is supposed to be about. And so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Skipped over PTO. Is there anyone here from PTO? Foundation, or
Yes, for foundation, so, in February, or pardon me, December 20th, so effective in January, the foundation awarded $20,000 in classroom grants to follow their mission of enhancing children's education by providing them with challenging and enriching opportunities. Big theme of STEAM and all of that, so I have had the pleasure before I was ever on the school board to serve on the foundation, which is a lot of fun, and that was super exciting. Gearing up in March, we have 10 different scholarships that the foundation will be awarding for over $20,000 to graduating seniors. So if you have a senior in our district, please go on the website, or your district counselors at the high school know that Last year we had hundreds of applications for those, so we'll be doing that. And how do we fund all of that? May 8th is the Bulldog Bash, which will be 6 to 11 p.m. at the City Center again. We have a new theme this year. It's Howl at the Moon, the Dueling Pianos. So that's how we'll raise money for it. It's a lot of fun, and we need your support, so if we can get money, that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. All right, this time, we've got some communication from visitors. We have several that have asked to speak tonight. I'll just go through and call your name. You can go to the podium. There is a 5-minute limit. Dawn will start the 5-minute timer when you start to speak. Okay, so however long it takes you to get to the podium, I'll count against you. And in a sense of fairness for everybody, we will stop you at 5 minutes, okay? So you should be able to see the clock, I think, from the podium. So first up, that asked us to speak tonight is Jim Dawes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. As an elected official, I appreciate your willingness to serve. It's oftentimes a thankless job, I know that. I appreciate you listening to your constituents' concerns. I'd like to make 2 brief points. First, let me apologize on behalf of the county board for the delayed tax distributions. It's a personal embarrassment to me that all the taxing bodies in Champaign County were late. Please know that as your representative, I'm working not only to get this rectified as soon as possible, but also trying to be sure that this doesn't happen and become a regular occurrence. As a taxing body, you deserve timely distributions of collected tax dollars. I intend to make sure that those timely distributions happen in 2020. I would like to give special thanks to Dr. Hall, along with Superintendents Larson from Unity Unit 7 and Superintendent Vic White from Prairie View School District for speaking to our board at the county board to bring this to our attention. We heard different things, and until the public comes out to speak to us, a lot of times it can be hidden from us, and we really didn't realize the gravity of the situation. So thank you very much. Finally, I'm here to speak against the proposal to change board policy 140. Your policy 220 clearly states the powers and duties of the school board. I do not believe that the policy that gives any power or duty for school board members to request information directly from staff. And a quick Google search this afternoon for what the job of school board in Illinois resulted in, the top result was from IASB, and it read as follows. The obligation to govern effectively imposes some fundamental duties on the board. The board clarifies the district purpose. The board connects with the community. The board employs the superintendent. The board delegates authority. The board monitors performance, and the board takes responsibility for itself. Contacting staff members directly can quickly turn into problems. Grievances, harassment, bullying, and discrimination are all possible outcomes from this policy. Our administration is quite capable in directing the staff. I personally see that as their responsibility, not the membership of this board. Sorry, my nose is running a little bit. Had spicy food for you have plenty of meetings that run long enough, and you've got you have plenty of meetings and that run long enough, and you don't need to be bogging yourself down with this. Starting down a path of oversight to staff is dangerous for all parties involved. I encourage you as a board to stay in your lane and be the conduit between the superintendent and the community. Let the administrators handle their staff and hold them accountable. The superintendent should hold the administrators accountable, and you as a board should hold the superintendent accountable. It's a chain of command. Thank you for your attention.
Do we have all our tax money?
I'll hit that the financial aid.
That needs to go. All right.
It's not worth it. We'll use a problem fund.
Joel Petrie, please.
Hi, my name is Joel Petrie. I want to thank you for letting me speak. I have 2 children in the district. I also want to address policy number 2140, communication to and from the board. I strongly recommend the board reject this modification. This board already possesses the power to gather any information it requires, as long as it operates as a functioning board. If any individual member feels the need for information, you have FOIA powers available to you, just like everyone in this room. If the information is not available by FOIA, then by all means, it should take a quorum of the board to obtain that information. All this proposal would do is open up opportunities for a rogue member or members to inundate the administration with needless busy work, all while keeping the balance of the board in the buck. This, by its very nature, creates dysfunction. Hidden agendas are not acceptable for board members. Absolutely nothing is gained by this proposal, while multiple avenues for abuse are created. Please vote this one down. Thank you.
All right, Lori Zimmerman.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lori Zimmerman, and I am a 6th grade language arts teacher at the junior high. I began my teaching career at Mahomet Seymour in 1987, and my family lived in Mahomet for 19 years before moving to Monticello. I have and have had the pleasure of having many of your children as students in my class, something I will always treasure. I wanted to speak tonight because I am concerned about the future of our school district and the Board of Education. Since the last board election, I have many concerns. Most recently, I have become aware of 3 proposed board policies that seem to tell teachers, we don't trust you to do your job. As teachers, we should follow the chain of command and answer to our building principals if they have concerns as to how we are doing our job. It isn't the Board of Education's job to micromanage what we do in our classroom. It is the board's job to hire a superintendent and allow them to lead. Governance and guidance for the school district is also the role of the board. Arguing with each other during board meetings, questioning everything that the superintendent does, and proposing a policy where board members can go around administration and question the teachers directly is not what a school board should be doing. People know that I am a lifelong teacher in Mahomet and ask me, what is going on with the school board? It's embarrassing for our district and our town. Mahomet Seymour is such a great school district with wonderful families, hardworking students and teachers, and excellent administrators. My concern is that continued attempts at micromanagement may cause teachers and administrators to leave the district and board members to leave the board. I am hopeful that you will see the positives in working together as a school board and allow our superintendent to lead the district. Thank you.
Next up is Danny Keats.
Hi, I'm not here to talk about any proposals. I'm here to talk about something that happened a few months ago at a board meeting. I came here and talked to you about communication between my publication and the district. And at that time, I told you that I would be submitting a letter to the Attorney General about a FOIA request that I had made that that had a commercial entity put on it for 21 days. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but that has been resolved, and there's been conversations that have happened between myself and the Attorney General, and the district and the Attorney General. So I wanted to present this to you tonight. There's a lot of information in here. If you want more information, I'm willing to give it to you, but you guys voted about recognizing the Daily or the Citizen as news organizations, and there was quite a bit of discussion as to how we do that and if it's even your place to do that. Within this communication between the district and the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General's office asked that the district supply information as to what the issue is basically, and the district responded. I'm sorry, hang on. I probably should have highlighted things, but I didn't. The district basically responded that there had been conversation as to whether the daily, how to classify the daily as news or media. Anyhow, you can read this all over, and if you guys want to read it, it's also on the district website under the FOIA request. But essentially, the Attorney General's office writes, in its response to the office, the district indicated that it is still having an internal debate about how Muhammad Daily fits the definition of news and media, asserting Muhammad Daily is a commercial entity, thus it's treated as such. And so then I replied that the Muhammad Daily has served the area with news consistently Monday through Friday via a website. And I also noted that many news organizations are commercial entities in the sense that they run advertisements and offer subscriptions. But I also argued that this fact does not negate the news function of entities like Muhammad Daily that disseminate information concerning news and current events. I also noted that what it was that you guys had voted on. Sure, Siri has all the answers. I said that, as always, the purpose of the request was made to disseminate information concerning news and current or passing events. Board members talked about topics and procedures that were discussed via email during a public meeting that is current and passing event and is the topic of discussion, and understand the discussion I asked for those emails. The Attorney General says this office review of the website MuhammadDaily.com confirmed that Muhammad Daily is a news organization. Section 2 of FOIA defines news media as including a newspaper or other periodical issue at regular intervals, whether in print or electronic format, as news service, whether in print or electronic format. It states that the Muhammad Daily website is updated frequently with original content, including reporting that range of matters of public interest. It appears much like any other local news website. Therefore, it appears that the purpose of Ms. Teet's FOIA request was to access and disseminate information concerning news and current and passing events.
1 minute warning.
You guys can finish reading this. I just wanted you to become aware of it. I wasn't sure if it had been given to you or not. And I just appreciate the Attorney General's time looking into this and maybe adding a little light into your further discussion. So that's all. Thank you.
Next up is Jason Tompkins.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Hall, Board of Education members. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me first say that I have nothing to complain about tonight. I'm here quite on the contrary. As many, if not all of you know, the Muhammad Seymour Marching Band was invited to participate in this year's Fiesta Bowl Parade in Phoenix, Arizona. Along with 13 other chaperones, my wife Jill and I had the opportunity to travel with nearly 190 members of our marching bulldogs. Now, believe me, I had many of the same concerns that you might have. You're sending a group of students with Jason Tompkins to a 5-star resort with a casino in the middle of the desert. What could possibly go wrong, or for that matter, go right? All joking aside, it pleases me to know and to report to you that our students were complete and total rock stars. This group of young women and young men not only represented our school district on the national stage, but they also represented our entire state. The Marching Bulldogs were the only high school marching band in the parade not from the state of Arizona. I frankly cannot think of a group more up to the task than our very own band. For those of you who have spent any time with our marching band and watched them work, you know there are a few who can do what they do in the incredible way they do it. True to form, this group of professionals ran like the well-oiled machine they are. During their warm-up on the streets of Phoenix, members of other marching bands gathered just to listen. What a gratifying yet humbling experience for our students to know they commanded such a presence. Throughout the trip, the Muhammad Seymour students conducted themselves as mature and considerate adults. Believe me, when a party of 200 plus walks into a restaurant, others take note. During one of our evening outings, I hung back as our group offloaded from the 5 charter buses that we traveled on during our tour. It was during this time that a gentleman eating with his family came up to me and asked, "Who the heck are you and where are you from?" He was amazed how well-mannered and organized this gigantic group of young people was. It spoke volumes then and was truly the standard this group exemplified the entire trip. Ladies and gentlemen, we have great students at Muhammad Seymour. The reason we have great students is because we have great administrators and teachers who pour themselves into their lives each and every day. We have great administrators and teachers because we have engaged parents and guardians who want nothing but the best for their students. My charge to you tonight is simple. Please do not forget the arts. Everyone has something to offer. When a young lady or a young man finds their place, well, there is hardly anything better. I am very grateful that our marching band has been that outlet for our daughter and others like her. It has been a life-changing blessing. It is a major financial commitment to make a trip like this, and the brunt of this cost is absorbed by the students and their families. While I cannot give you the exact number, I know there were marching band members not able to make the trip due to the cost. In 4 years, this group will do this again, and the school district and community need to find a way to ensure that no student is unable to participate due to financial constraints. If these students are going to represent all of us, then we all need to support them. I want to personally thank Mr. Stevens and Mr. Meyer for the extra effort it takes to put together an experience like this. I also wish to thank Trent Nuxall and Steve Curtis for making sure that we had safe and well-maintained equipment to get all the supplies to Arizona, and Brent and Julie Fountain for driving all those supplies to and from. None of this would be possible without the tireless work of the Muhammad Seymour Music Boosters and all those who support that group. Last but not least, thanks to this Board of Education for realizing the importance of the marching band program. I hope your commitment to this program will never falter, and that you will ever endeavor to make it the best it can be. Thank you.
May vote.
As a community member, parent, and alumna, I am gravely concerned with the state of this board. The fracture between board members is evident, and it is negatively impacting schools and the reputation of Muhammad Seymour as a district. At this point, you need to take a long look at the agreement set forth at the beginning of your tenure to adhere to the bylaws, as well as why you ran and were elected to the school board. A personal agenda should not be what is driving your actions, but rather what is best for the entirety of this district. Although you state you are here to make this district the best it can be, your methods are hindering and disrupting the progress of the schools. Your policy should be developed after answering several questions. 1, does the IASB policy reference manual provide guidance? 2, is the request something that should be covered in policy, or is it something that should be handled by the staff? And 3, is it already covered in policy? 2 policies that would be presented before this board fall under these questions. Namely, is it something that should be handled by the staff, and is it already covered in policy? The most important and destructive policy that has come before this board is that of 2-140, communications to and from the board. This topic is already found in existing policy, but a proposal has been made to change the language to the following. Any individual board member may request information from district employees. It is not required for board members to state a purpose for the requested information. Employees will provide information in a timely manner. If the employee denies the request, they must cite the specific law or policy they are concerned with and notify the entire board of their decision. What is being proposed is a gross overreach of individual power on multiple levels. Within the board member oath of office, as well as Board of Education board policies, it states a board member has no legal authority as an individual, as well as official action by the board may only occur at a duly called and legally conducted meeting at which a quorum is physically present. This clearly shows that a single board member does not have the power to demand this information from an employee, nor is it appropriate to make this demand without a majority of the board. As an individual board member, you do not have the authority, nor should you, to act on the behalf of the entire board. In addition, this shows a marked disrespect for the employees of Mahomet Seymour. Employees, whether a teacher, janitor, aide, or administrator, are exceptionally busy professionals, with the students' and district's success at the forefront of their minds. This policy makes these professionals present information upon a board member's unchecked whim. This board member doesn't have to state why, defend their demand, or be held accountable, but the employee must respond in a timely fashion and present the demanded information to the entirety of the board, even though the requesting board member had to do none of this. And if the employee denies the request, they must cite the specific law or policy they are concerned with and notify the entire board of this decision. At what point does the board hold board members to the standard that is being demanded of the employee? This policy turns the board-teacher relationship very sour. These are the people you hired, and they are professionals. Treat them with the respect to do their profession. This brings me to the second policy that is an overreach, but one that serves to micromanage teacher discretion and classroom management. Proposed policy 7135, restroom use policy, which requires teachers to allow students to use the bathroom every hour. According to Medical News Today, people on average urinate 6 or 7 times a day. Accounting for hours of sleep, this averages to once every 2 hours. In addition, if students are attending to restroom habits every hour, and a passing period will not be considered as restroom access if the passing period is less than 5 minutes, this would result in a loss of a minimum of 30 minutes of classroom instruction and contact per school day. Teachers and other professionals are well versed in the ability to handle student restroom requests
1 minute warning.
without a policy being handed down from an overreaching board. After all, your teachers often refrain from using the restroom for several hours without a policy stipulating their mandatory restroom release. These are just 2 examples of the agenda of overreach and micromanagement that will drive qualified professionals from this district. Your employees are professionals to the nth degree, with credentials, education, and experience to back it up. Reread your oath, review your motivations, and serve this district better.
Next up was Russ Taylor.
Thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate your service. I've been on boards like you and a lot of you have. It takes a lot of time, a lot of pressure, a lot of energy, and we appreciate it. Yesterday I thought was a great day, and I loved writing 1/20/2020 all day. When this year came 2020, I like that, and I think it's neat. It's a new decade, and I I'm not an optometrist, but 20/20 vision is good. It's vision, it's direction, it's focus, and that's what we need in this town, and I think that's what we've had. All of us are newcomers here. My brother and I are just fortunate to have been here with our family 5 generations. So we've seen a lot just in our short time, and there's people here that have been here longer than us. So we appreciate your dedication and this school and what's been built here over the years to make this one of the only growing school districts and towns in southern Illinois and central Illinois. We helped hundreds of people move in and out of this town, thousands, in almost 50 years. And our business is very competitive. And the way we have found that it's best for us is not to be adversarial with our competitors. And that's helped us for all these years. And that's what I'm encouraging you to do. I'm not going to cite all these different things. I've seen things come and go through the years where board members have ridden school buses to tell bus drivers how to drive, and all kinds of things. But I appreciate the teachers. Several of you have taught my boys when they were here. And I guess I'm just encouraging cooperation and not being adversarial. I read something a couple of days ago, and it just said, "It is to one's honor to avoid strife, but every fool is quick to quarrel." So I don't want to be in the second category and be quarreling, and I hope you do also. Probably read recently that we're the 38th town in America's best cities to live. I think we're number 1.
Jeremy Davis.
So I'm a teacher at the high school. I'm also a member of the exec board for the teachers union. Through that, part of the process is I hear from teachers at the high school, and I relay that to, well, it could be the high school administration, it could be up the chain to the superintendents, it could even, in this case, be tonight. I've worked at 2 different places. The previous place I worked at, there wasn't trust between the different shareholders. The teachers, more or less, they wanted to fly under the radar. Committees were filled with yes men and yes women. Dissent was not really something that we wanted, or that they wanted. Teachers went to the school board meetings because, in the end, they didn't trust the school board. They felt that the policies that the school board micromanaged them, that the policies the administration had put in place were in order to keep the administration's jobs, not to make us more effective teachers. And what I'm seeing here makes me nervous, right? I came to Muhammad. I was evaluated by Mr. Cheek. I've witnessed Mr. Benedict do the same stuff, looking to policy of hiring the right people, making sure that they have the right people in place. As a union rep, I've seen them support staff that were not doing what they saw as the right thing. I've also seen them make difficult decisions to say, you know what, this is not the right person, we're going to move in a different direction. Right? That atmosphere has been one where we have, just last week, I am a freshman mentor for teachers, so I have freshmen in my room, I had one move in. One of my mentors, I were here talking to him in the hall on the way out, and this is, he said, I don't know if you know this, but we have some of the absolutely best teachers anywhere in this building. And it just makes me smile, because this is a kid saying it. But that's the atmosphere we have here, right? Chad, or Mr. Benedict, the other administrators, that's what they're working. They're trying to make sure we have the right people. But the difference when I came over here was they let us do our jobs. They didn't get in our way. The biggest sin I saw at my previous place was making policies that interfered in the day-to-day operation of my class, that made me a less effective teacher in the classroom. And here, I felt trusted. I've seen where, through my time here, dissent is something that's wanted. Not necessarily do they want to hear it, no. I can think of talking with Mr. Hensley. I knew for a fact he wouldn't want to hear what I said, right? But I went to him because I felt so strongly about it. What he said at the end of that conversation still sticks with me. We left on, we agreed to disagree. But he said, this is what makes this place great. Hearing different opinions, right? And that's why I'm here tonight. okay? Because through that, through my getting feedback from different, from the high school staff, one of this, I requested an anonymous survey similar to what James did with everybody. And one of the comments that said, okay, I need to go and speak, was this quote: "My fear with the newer board members is that anything I say would at best fall on deaf ears, and at worst, somehow make them pursue these kinds of things, being these policies, more aggressively." And that's when I knew I had to come here, because that is not the atmosphere that I would think that we are here to promote. That is different than what we've had. Several of you came and you talked to the exec board. Several of you gained my vote because you said you were going to be supporting teachers. You reached out to us. I will tell you, these policies, I feel betrayed. These are not policies in support of teachers. These are policies imposing on teachers. And that is not your job, right? The administration, if they have issues with what I am doing, they will come to me. If they have issues with me speaking here, they will address that. And then I will do a better job. I trust them that they want what is absolutely best for our schools. And I am willing to stand up here and say that, even when some of my high school staff members did not feel that comfort level. And I think you really got to look into the mirror in what you're doing as a board. Right? When you make proposals that go against, originally I said 90% of the high school staff, but from what James was saying, 90% of the staff in general, you can't claim you're here supporting teachers. You're doing what you want. And that is not in the interest of the teachers. These policies, the bigger picture here, these are eroding what makes this foundation, this great, right? You're eroding the very foundations. And that's the belief that everybody in this room is working towards the same thing. Teachers, administration, board members, parents, we are all working to get the very best out of every single kid.
30 seconds.
And we are, and policies like this erode that. Policies like these, whether you intend it or not, signify that we are moving to a new era at Muhammad. One where the board knows best. One of micromanagement. One of yes men and women. One where one of my colleagues said, our profession is under attack. Well, I have worked at a place like that, and I can tell you, teachers flee those districts. Parents flee those districts. And that makes me worry that the best days at Muhammad Seymour are behind us. And as a parent, as a teacher, I find that unacceptable.
Thank everybody for the comments tonight. And at this time, we will move to communication from board members. I'll start with Colin. And go down the
So I have things to say tonight, but I might change what I'm gonna say. Because I just want to respond to what has been said here tonight. The first thing is that I know no one in this room believes it at this moment, because you've been telling me. But I do support teachers. And I want to explain that notice the policy isn't on the agenda. I have never presented the policy, and no one has asked me about it. No one. I had a situation, parents came to me and they were complaining. I've heard these complaints in the community for at least 7 years about students complaining that they cannot use the bathroom at school. And a particular parent came to me that sort of brought this to the forefront again. And I want you to know what I didn't do. I didn't say who was the teacher, who was the person. This person already went and talked all the way up to the principal level. I didn't want to know who it was so that I could come run back and report on them and get them in trouble, right? Because that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm not micromanaging what everyone's doing every day. But I asked around. I asked other students in the district when I would see them, just casually, hey, can you go to the bathroom at lunch? And they would say no. Can you go to the bathroom during class? And they would say no. And I'd say, what do you do when you have to go to the bathroom? And the response I got for no fewer than 10 students was, well, you just don't drink. And then at lunch, if you really need to, you just take a few sips. And then you can kind of hold it till after school. And then you just drink then. I mean, multiple students telling me that the problem was solved. There's no problem. I solved it. I don't drink. And the thing that just broke my heart about that was that they didn't even think there was a problem with that. That was just their solution to a problem they were facing. And this was not one student, it was multiple students. Did I ask students who said they could go to the bathroom? Sure, there were one or two. But the majority said, we are not allowed to go. Did I immediately think, those darn teachers, they're terrible. We should just get them. No, my first thought was, these teachers don't understand what's going on. They don't realize when they say no in their class, that the next person says no in their class, and the next person says no in their class, and you have a 1 minute passing period, and all of a sudden it's the end of the day and you can't go. And I realized that there aren't even any people to complain about it because the kids don't even realize it's a problem. And so what can I do about this? I'm not allowed to go and call the principals. I have been told that very clearly. I can't come and do anything. I'm told, and many people stood at this podium tonight and said, it's not my wheelhouse to act as an individual. The only thing I can do is come as a board. And so in December, at the board meeting, I said out loud, all of you could have heard it, all the administrators heard it, the press heard it, the board heard it, the administration heard it. I said there's a problem with students not being able to go to the bathroom. And I would love to be able to come and talk about that with Lindsay. But I can't, because that's not what I'm allowed to do. I can only be as part of a board. And so I said, I will come to the next board meeting with a policy so the board can discuss this issue and we can talk about it and we can see what we might be able to do to solve the problem that I saw from students in our district. And after I said that at the meeting, not a single person talked to me. No one called and said, what do you mean there's a problem with people not going to the bathroom? No one said, why would you say that that's the only thing you can do? And so I wrote a policy. And my policy, which everyone who knows me knows, I started off with a policy where I looked at what we do to prisoners in the state of Illinois. What is the policy we have for prisoners? And I started with a policy. And I passed it out to at least 6 or 7 teachers and other people who said, are you kidding me? If you bring this policy, people are going to revolt. It will cause chaos in our schools. And so I changed the policy and changed the policy and changed the policy. And the intent of the policy, even when I wrote it, was to say, you know, if a kid has to go to the bathroom, sometime within an hour you should let them go. And the wording I wrote was, they can go at least one time in an hour, meaning, you know, within the hour. I didn't say immediately. I didn't say tell anyone how to do that in their classroom. I didn't tell anyone how to do anything. I didn't say, you should hang passes on the wall and then kids can take them and go to the bathroom. At 10:15, you have to let everyone go to the bathroom and you can't do this or that, right? And then I go to a policy committee meeting. No one ever said one word to me. So I come and I hear from James on behalf of all the teachers. And I hear from a community member. And I think about this policy and I go with this policy. Can I reduce this? Can I make it seem better? And yesterday was the first time that anyone had contacted me about this policy after all that time. Anyone. And the people that contacted me said, you know what? The real problem is here that it's eroding the trust of the teachers. And here is a problem. And this is what's wrong with this policy. And there's a way to solve this. In 10 minutes, the faculty could solve it with their principals. They could have a faculty meeting and they could solve this problem. And it could be done. I can't get to the principals to say solve the problem. I've heard this problem for years and years and it wasn't solved. But you know what I did? I pulled the policy and said, great. I would love for you and your principles to solve the problem. Because while it's maybe politically advantageous for people to believe that my whole goal is to micromanage or to not trust teachers or to hate teachers, my goal is to help kids. My whole goal is to protect the rights of kids. Policy was to say, we have to let them go to the bathroom at some point during the day. We have to make it so they don't hurt themselves, because that seems better than asking. And I don't think that anyone in this district thought, how can I hurt a kid? Let's not let him pee, right? But this is what the students are perceiving. It's their reality. That is the problem, and I'm trying to help. And I understand you don't think I helped in the right way. And that's fine. No one has to like everything I do. I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. But for everyone to just conclude that I am evil and hate teachers, it's the same thing that I'm being accused of, right? That I hate you because of something I did, whereas you hate me for something you think I did, and I've never even spoken about it. No one has asked. As soon as someone asked, I said, wow, this was what I meant. This is what I wanted to do. I'm just here to help kids. And I get it now. I'm not dumb. I get that no one likes this. But it's not on the agenda. And I'm not here to hurt you, to do anything. I am just here for kids. That's it. And as just another little side note, I also heard that the rumor going around the whole teaching staff is that I had something to do with the movie policy. I have nothing to do with the movie policy. I didn't propose it, I didn't ask for it, I didn't present it, nothing. I have done nothing with the movie policy. So that's just a little side note after my thing. So thank you for listening to me. And really, I just want what's best for our district, and I want what's best for our kids. And if I don't do it perfectly, none of us are perfect, but I'm trying.
I liked Mr. Taylor's thing when he said the 2020. I wish I could see 2020. I just wanted to thank the community for coming out, but more importantly, the emails that we got from some of the board communication from people about things. That's really important for us to hear. I'd also like to second what Mr. Tompkins said. I happened to be on the band trip. I have a senior and wanted an opportunity to go, and there was another band director that came with the travel group, and he stopped our bus and got on our bus the day we were leaving and just said to our kids how amazing they were. And I just thought, what a compliment. You know, we had these 200 kids go to Arizona and do all these busy activities. I realized why we were so busy. We didn't have time to do anything wrong. We were so busy. I was exhausted when I came back. But it was such a great thing because we have such an awesome band and such a large student representation. So we're really excited about that. And then just ready to go for the campus conversations tonight. I was prepping up for the board meeting, but I'm really excited to see things that are going on in our schools that we hear from MSCA and as board members to learn about. So thank you to the administrator and the team for putting that on.
We're all here together. Hi. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but because we're all together and because of how we're sharing, I feel compelled. It's no secret to those of us sitting at this board table that there's an issue. We don't like disagreeing with each other any more than we like having to watch it. I just want to say that I've heard things said in the community. I've read things on social media. A lot of people are applying intentions to certain things for certain people, apparently without ever even talking to people, for telling people what they think and why they're doing something. I think that's dangerous, and I think it's counterproductive to us as a community. And I think we all can do a little part by checking our own behavior. I can only control, I have this conversation with my boys all the time, you can control you
and your reactions to things, and that's really all that you can do. You can try to be kind, but you are in control of your reactions and what you do with someone who brings anything to you, positive or negative. And that's what you can control. And so, I guess what I'd like to ask is that maybe 2020, the year of perfect vision, don't steal that too, Russ, it's nice. Maybe we can all take a moment to start to try to see clearly what's going on. Maybe we can take a moment and give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe if we have a question, we could ask the person directly. If we hear something about someone's intent and it's not coming out of their mouth, maybe we could do them the courtesy of stopping and pausing to see if that's true. We all are busy, we all take on multiple things. This is a room full of people who give their lives to the community and to students. I understand that. You have people here who understand the importance of civil service. That's why we're in these jobs. It's not the money, I'm telling you right now. Not in it for the money, and a lot of it so far has been tough. But I took this job and I ran on a platform for teachers and kids, and I meant that. I meant that. But I hear a lot of people talking for me or giving intent for me. I'll just focus on me. And I hear things that aren't true, and I read things that aren't true. And I am not one to go on social media and have a fight. I don't think that does anybody any good. I think we're better off when we meet each other face to face and we can see each other's hearts and we can see each other's intent. And I think that what I hope is that we might all focus a little bit more on that. As a board, we're limited as to what we can do. The way that we bring things for discussion is through policy creation. Some policies are good and some policies are bad. This is a country founded on laws. Laws have come and gone. Laws evolve with the time. We have laws in place now that weren't in place. We had laws in place that are no longer in place. That's the way we do things. That's the way we have a conversation with each other. That's the way we build communities together. But it's hard to do if we always suspect that there are nefarious reasons for people bringing things to the forefront. Maybe it's as simple as we heard a problem enough times that we'd like to have a conversation together about it. We haven't even had a chance to talk about any of these policies. They haven't even come to a first reading. And yet, it's very clear to me that there's a narrative in the community about what these policies are for, what they're trying to do, and the intents behind them. I don't know what all of those intents are because I haven't even had a chance to hear from the person bringing the policy what the concerns are or what they were for. But there's a narrative being played out for I'm not sure what reason, but I do know for a fact it is getting in the way of us doing the business of the people. And I, for one, in 2020, am going to do my very best to participate in a way that is helpful and participate in a way that says, I see you, I don't have to agree with you, but I see you as a person and I'm going to connect with you on that level first. I have no doubt that this district can solve all of the problems that we have in front of us if we work together. If we fight each other, I don't believe that we can accomplish that. I believe we have more in common than we have not in common. And I believe that when we all focus on what it is that we're trying to do, which is, quite honestly, build the community of kids that is going to grow up, take care of us when we're older, and lead this country, this world, we're not going to fight about that. We're going to try to solve some problems. There's a lot of stuff getting in the way of doing that. I, for one, am going to try and take 2020 as an opportunity to change how I'm doing that, and I invite you to join me.
Well, I just want to echo what Jason and Lori said about the Fiesta Bowl. I've been to two. At one of those, the Sousa Fund didn't make it to the starting line, so that's a story for me. But I also want to really thank Jim for coming tonight to actually serve from Upland County Board, because we're finding the impact is just really good to know that you know that as well.
Yeah.
So I want to start out tonight with something positive about the festival as well. My family had the opportunity to travel with our freshman daughter. It was the first time we were on this trip. And it was really incredible. The staff was amazing. There's one group I didn't hear praise, and I want to take a second praise, is all of the incredible parent and staff chaperones that were involved. I can tell you from my daughter personally, her chaperone was a huge benefit for her on that trip, and the nervousness that she had on that trip. And I want to point out that Mrs. Larson, Dr. Hendricks, Jason are just a few of those chaperones that I've seen in this room. So there are more of you out there. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have some prepared remarks, but I want to mention something that just happened like 45 minutes, well, actually 2 hours ago now. I took my daughter, my third grade daughter, to her first basketball practice over at the field house. And she was pretty nervous about being there for the first time. And I was standing there watching her and trying to, make her feel comfortable. And I had a parent that I know, a friendly parent, come up and talk to me. And she brought up on her own the campus conversations that happened tonight. I was very curious to hear what she thought, because I think the campus conversations is a wonderful idea. I think engaging with the public like that is exactly what we need to be doing. I'm very grateful that, I believe that Dr. Hall took the initiative on doing that. No? Okay.
4 principals, all of them.
I'm very grateful for that. And she mentioned that she went to the campus conversations at the junior high, and I just asked her, what was discussed and how to go, and she said that there was another lady there that brought up this bathroom issue. And I said to my friend, your kids are at the junior high, do they have any problems with bathroom issues and things like that? And she said to me what I think Colleen said, no, my kids have learned to just not drink water during the day. So I think this is a real problem that's happening, whether or not it's happening in your classroom, whether or not it's happening to your kids. There are kids out there that are dealing with this issue. And I really look forward to hearing how administratively we can solve this problem before we have to go the route of policy. So now, I talked all about that. I've heard a truly remarkable amount of fear and uncertainty and doubt from our staff, especially in the past 6 days. And I have to say, we have to overcome this. We have to learn to talk to one another. We have to learn how to break down these barriers. We can't let the fear of retribution, fear of misunderstanding, just basic fear of each other control us. There are elements in our community that want nothing more than this board to fail, and we can't allow that. 2 months ago, I requested some financial information from our superintendent. My request was denied in part because I did not want to share a reason for my request. I submitted a Freedom of Information request for that data, an unprecedented step, in my opinion, for a Board of Education member. The data I requested was still not provided. I brought the issue before the board, and the board decided that if I made my request of the president, and I explained to the president what the reasoning was, that my request would be honored. I have done those steps. The next day, or the next couple days, I emailed our president. I called him up and I explained what was going on. And the request has still not been fulfilled. We're on hold right now because he wants to have a sit-down meeting between me and Mr. Nuxel. And I don't quite understand that additional step, but that's where it is in the process. From a starting point of a request for information from November. In my opinion, lies have been spread about the purpose of my request, to the point that the MSEA has come to the board to express concern over this request for financial data. And in that comment, there were suggestions that I'm going to be using this data for some nefarious purpose. I've heard recently from teachers and staff that my request has the purpose of cutting salaries or firing teachers. These are actual things I've heard. Even though those ideas are completely ludicrous on the face of it, because as an individual, I have no power to do that. And anyone who's ever heard me talk about what I care about in this community would know that is a ridiculous idea. Unfortunately, people have decided to believe that. In the face of lies and fear, we must turn to truth. Here's the reason for my request. I ran for this office on 4 major issues. 1, focusing the board on curriculum decisions. 2, improving engagement with our bosses, the people, the community. 3, making the Board of Education and the district more transparent in its operations. And number 4, reducing our class sizes. Over the past 3 months, I've been working on a proposal to accomplish 2 things. The first should not be a surprise. It is to add classroom sections to our schools so that we can reduce our classroom sizes. It is resounding in our community that this is what people want. We want smaller class sizes. The other purpose of my proposal, and I need to preface this for a second, I come from a family of teachers. My wife's a teacher in another district. I know how hard teachers work, and I know how little they're valued, and I think that's wrong. I believe we don't pay our teachers enough. The other purpose of this proposal was to look at ways that we can increase the pay that our teachers get. I believe that you get what you pay for, and I would like us, Mohammed Seymour, to be the highest paying district in our area. I've been developing this proposal to address the financial and facilities issues to accomplish these goals. However, the proposal completely hinges on data. I can't do this without basic data about how we are employing our employees currently, what we're paying them, what it costs us to do this, what our space needs are. I've been working to get those data from public sources. I've gotten to be a master at that. But there's a lot of this data that's not public, and we have to get that directly from our staff. The request I made in November is just some of the data I need for this proposal. To bring a half-baked proposal, or even acknowledge its existence in this climate, jeopardizes its ability to succeed. I didn't want to bring any of this forward yet because the proposal is not ready. However, the fire of fear, uncertainty, and doubt about the work that I'm trying to do on this board has raged too hot. I hope that this information, as damaging as it could be toward my goals, will help to douse that fire. Thank you.
I just want to thank Courtney for sharing what she had to share tonight. I thought that was great. I also think it's very interesting that someone so small can command such presence. Just make sure she's still there. But I think so much of this comes down to trust and authority. As a parent, I can't do my job if I don't have authority over my children. If I'm your friend, I'm not doing my job. I need to have authority over my children in order to teach them how to live life. And I think the same with my teachers. When my kids go out of commission, I give you authority over my children. And I know that you are going to make the best decisions possible with the information you have in front of you about not only just taking care of my children, but teaching them about life and giving them an education. So my intention is to continue to support your authority in the classroom. Trust is the other aspect of it. I think we have to trust you in the classroom. We have to trust our building administrators to do their job and have the authority that they need to do their job. And we have to trust our superintendent and give her the authority to do her job. And we've got to develop some trust hear that we've got the right people in place already to do these things. So I think at its core, there is a trust issue, and we've known this for a while. But also, we have to be willing to give these individuals authority to do their jobs in their various spheres to accomplish these tasks.
Jeremy? We've talked a lot tonight, so I'll be pretty brief. There's been a lot of talk about policies tonight and on the board in general. And I've been around long enough to know we need a few policies. I get that. But really, what we need, in my opinion, is good people. And we've got about 400 employees in this district, give or take a few. And I don't know that any one of our 400 employees or anyone else in this room in our community claims to be perfect. I've never heard anybody do that. But I think we've got a pretty good group. I've said this before, I would put our team of administrators and teachers and bus drivers and bus aides and cafeteria workers and everybody else against any other team in the state of Illinois. And I appreciate what you all do for us. There's a lot of you here tonight. And I appreciate what you do for us every day. We've got problems that we need to work through. We've got school centers. Kids need to be able to go to the bathroom. I think we all get that. I'm hoping that we can talk with our staff and work together with our teachers and administrators and folks and come up with something that makes sense. That would be my hope. That's how I like to operate, and that's what I do. So thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for your concern. We've got a lot of business to go yet tonight. I'll keep it brief. If everyone wants to talk about any of this, feel free to give me a call. Thank you.
All right, Trent, financial update.
All right, so tonight's financial update will be in the form of a fiscal year 20 mid-year financial review. We'll get right into the education fund. We'll focus on the operating funds like we normally do when we have these discussions. But education fund, this year we budgeted just over 24 million, and we've spent just over 12 million. So we're sitting about 50.37% of the budget spent so far this year. If we look at the fund balance as of December, we're a little light in 2019 as compared to, say, the previous year. I'll stop right here and say, Jim, thank you for being here in your comments. The numbers I added in orange are the taxes that we are still waiting for the county to kind of give that true reflection of where we would be relative to other years. It just helps to have those numbers in there. But I do appreciate your comments, Mr. Hawks. So yeah, we're still waiting on about $253,800 for the education fund. Usually by now we've received the full amount by the end of December, but the fund balance will be close to 1.58 million. And then we can see the previous year's fund balance as well. It's pretty clear to see that the new funding formula came into play August 2017. That's where we can see the fund balance increase. Every year since then, from the new funding formula, funds for which we've added staff every single year to reduce class size. Within our responsible financial abilities, it tops with the finance committee, and we look closely at enrollment coming into the district. And in fact, we've added class size reduction teachers in years where we've been running a deficit because we know how important it is. So that is nothing new. I've been here 9.5 years, and that's been a priority certainly since I've been here, and probably years before that. Operations and maintenance fund, budgeted $2.1 million. Year-to-date expense just over $1 million. So we're seeing the exact same percentage of budget spent in the O&M fund as well. We can see the fund balance for the O&M fund, and again, the money we're still waiting from the county, which again puts us pretty close to where we were this year with fund balance. At this point, I have made the permanent transfer that was proposed in the budget to do a permanent transfer from working cash to the operations and maintenance fund.
fund in the year, of course, this year being light on property taxes, the fund would have otherwise went negative a few months ago, so I did that in November. Same thing in the transportation fund, but budgeted 1.34 million. We spent about $820,000. We're a little bit ahead of the budget spent in this fund. It's unique though because ever since we've been leasing buses, we make that payment in July, so it's definitely front heavy. $268,000 of the $820,000 would be for that lease payment. So as we get through the year, and we've talked about this for the last 3 or 4 years, it looks less and less skewed by the time we get to June. So we always expect that, knowing that it's front-loaded. Fund balance for 2019. We just recently, in December, received some, not additional, but some catch-up mandated categorical payments for transportation. And then along with the close to $20,000 from the property taxes, we're about $272,000 in fund balance. Again, that does reflect the, I forget what that was, about $200,000 permanent transfer from working cash, because again, it would have otherwise gone negative a few months ago. Working cash fund, so again, it's our savings account as part of our operating funds. We budgeted $510,000, which would be made up of the permanent transfers at O&M and transportation, totaling $450. So that's the only expense we've had this year. The difference between that and the budget would be a interest transfer we do in June out of working cash into the ed fund. So that explains why we're at 88.24% of the budget. Fund balance, again, we're sitting pretty close to where we were last year. Looking at the operating funds as a whole, summary budgeted close to 28 million, a little over 28 million, 14,441,000 spent. We're about to operate, it costs about $75,000 a day. So I'll just say that as we get into the days of cash on hand at the bottom. But the 51.58% of budget spent, of course, that's, like we just talked about, skewed by the lease payment in the transportation fund, but also the percent spent really at the expense of a permanent transfer in working cash. Total fund balance, just over $5 million. Now, if we include those taxes that were owed, we're north of that, close to $5.4 million, sitting about 70.54 days of cash on hand. Any questions with any of that? We're halfway through the year. That's kind of where we're sitting at this moment in time.
So for the days of cash on hand, thank you very much for showing us that I was afraid that it was trending down like that. Are there plans or do you have a strategy for increasing the days of cash on hand in subsequent years?
We'd have to increase the tax rate, Ken. We've talked about that multiple times. I mean,
so,
yeah.
Okay, so you're just wanting to keep it level?
That is a contradictory strategy to adding teachers. So we add teachers to reduce class size, we add teachers for additional programming. When we do that, it reduces the days of cash on hand.
Okay. So, okay.
Now we're going to talk about the high school kitchen renovation, and I'm going to work with Steve for a few points of information here. Starting with some pictures where we were as compared to where we are. This is after
Oh, I don't know.
The dish room was the primary focus for obvious reasons. The dish machine itself was another additional focus, and we'll let Steve explain the solution there. But as we get through the kind of the timeline here, I'll let you take it from there. Let's flip through.
So the initial project came up because the dish machine itself was leaking and creating step hazards and all sorts of problems for the staff in there. It was also after, I don't know how many years of where the continual leak was raising the tile, which was a problem. So obviously we needed to fix the machine, replace the machine. We looked at a bunch of different options. We actually found a good purchase on a new ADS machine, which is what we put in place. So we did that. We also had to do something with the floor. I had the floor surveyed and turned out to be that they were asbestos tiles. So we worked with Ideal and they gave us a great proposal to come in and remove the tile and the mastic
but not only in this room, but the rest of the kitchen as well. Is an unplanned opportunity. So we contracted them, came in right at the beginning of the Christmas break. Our custodial staff, in addition to our mechanical contractor, removed all the equipment. Arbor Freight, again, not Arbor Freight, but Arbor Management, came in and, they helped us prepare the kitchen, get everything secured and out of the way so we could have a clean surface to work in. But Ideal came in at the beginning of the break, removed all the asbestos tile and mastic and gave us a clean surface. And then we had Stouts come in and actually recoat, so we have a urethane floor, 2 different levels. So this area is in the dishwash area, we did a heavier coat because it's a heavier traffic area, a thinner coat, and the less traffic area, the rest of the kitchen, office, and support areas within there. Then we also bought the new equipment and installed it. The project grew as we went on because we found we had a collapsed sanitary line, which we were able to abandon without any negative repercussions to the function of the kitchen. We were able to abandon or get rid of mop sinks and some other plumbing issues, replace a cracked toilet. So the project grew a little bit, but we were able to get it all done still under budget. And with, I think, good results. We didn't come in with a big Cadillac of a floor. It's a basic functional floor that's going to do a service for many years. So we've got one aspect of it yet to do, and that's we have to repair the ceiling in the dishwash room. It's got some cracks and some peeling paint and so forth. We have a commitment from the contractor to do that, and so we ran out of time over the holidays to get that done, so we will finish it up soon. In this step, the process, this is the main part of the kitchen. If you walk in there now, you'll see long tables and garbage disposal, prep areas, and all that kind of stuff. But Ideal had already lifted the asbestos tile, removed them, now they're removing the mastic in this picture. It was an interesting process to see them do that. This was after the mastic was removed, they came in and beaded the floor, and also which made the lines that you see. And then they came in and crack filled to give us a smooth surface before they laid the roofing back down onto the floor. This was the end product. This was that same area put back together with the sinks and the prep areas and the equipment. Again, we went with the base gray. It's a non-slip floor. This is a highly, it's the same silver floor that you'll see in a lot of businesses, shops and kitchens and so forth. Again, it's not glamorous, it's basic. We tried to stay within budget, but this floor will last us for many years. Many years. This was the big reveal. It's like that move that bus moment. And again, with the help of the kitchen staff, our custodial staff at the high school, and our contractor, and the administrators trying to help coordinate all the activities, we were able to get the kitchen back together so they were able to serve January 6th. So it was a bit of a push, and again, we accomplished quite a bit in this project. So the health department was involved with this project. They helped point out what we needed to do, and so they did it, and they were fully aware of it, so they haven't seen the final result yet, but she's going to be quite pleased with what she sees. So like Steve mentioned, we came in under budget. There's a few items that still need completed, but we will remain under budget. A little bit less on the dishwasher as we really honed in on our true needs in our current kitchen for the capacity of our dishwasher that we need. Asbestos abatement, we knew what that was going into it. Floor covering came in a little less. Yes. You might explain that. We again, as I said, we did a thicker layer in the dishwash room of the urethane covering than we did in the rest of the area. We ran into a time factor, trying to, by the time we got the abatement done and trying to get the timing we needed to get the floor done, we found this would be a good solution. We could still have adequate coverage. We could have a solid floor that's above our needs, but we could also save a little bit of money and focus the thicker and the heavier traffic areas. Allowed us to save
Yeah, electrical, and then we're still doing some mechanical work.
Mechanical work is done, we're actually just waiting for the invoices to come in, so there'll be, a few $1,000s there. And again, we took an opportunity, we had a 3-compartment sink with failed drains, we rebuilt the drains, we eliminated some plumbing, we scoped some lines. So there's a chunk that's coming in, it's not gonna be overwhelming, but we did add quite a bit to the job, took advantage of the opportunity to do so. And then ceiling's coming, as I've got a commitment from the contractor, no cost is gonna be either. We just have to get them scheduled to get in and get it done.
So which dishwasher do we go with? I know we talked about 2 options, one to, when they're using the paper plates and we're just washing trays, and one in case we needed to convert. I can't remember which one we did.
We chose a unit that will satisfy our current need. Right now, we're washing more than 50 trays on a busy day. Busy activity. The unit we chose will do 240 trays in a day. So we didn't go with one that they would have chose 30 years ago when they were doing food prep and cooking and so forth. But we took one that exceeded our current needs by threefold. So we have the capacity, if we end up doing more food prep, cooking, actual cooking type stuff, we can accommodate all the utensils and trays.
Are you happy with the surface of the floor? Do you have any concerns about when there's some soapy water on it?
I'm not concerned there at all. They're playing with the floor right now, in a sense, where we had, the picture you didn't see, we had a bunch of mats all over the place, and then in the washroom to try and eliminate slip. They have been playing with them down, playing with them up, and they really don't need it right now. They're finding we can just kind of set them off to the side for a rainy day, so to speak. The surface has enough aggregate in it that the slip hazard has been eliminated.
Thank you.
That's great.
Good job.
Kudos to Steve and his crew over break, and they grinded it out for sure.
We had a couple of vendors who really stepped up. They really took ownership in the project and wanted to see us succeed. So that's cool.
Any questions for Trent or Steve? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that report. Dr. Hall, Superintendent report.
In the spirit of moving ahead, I will just say my report is in the packet for the public and board to read, and leave it at that.
Any questions for Dr. Hall? You got a chance to review the report? Hearing none, we'll move to regular business. First up is Press 102. Dr. Hall.
So our state legislators have been busy at work, and we have a number of policy changes that come to us through our press subscription service from the IASD. And these changes in policy are largely reflected in laws that have changed as a result of actually last spring's legislative session, and as things trickle down through those legislators' actions then turning into law, then those laws eventually end up impacting our board policy. So quite a lot of changes or updates in the Press 102 update, which came out in late November. The policy committee reviewed what's listed in the board packet on January 13th. And the discussion at the committee was to recommend that these policies be presented to the board tonight, and also action be taken tonight, which is a little bit different. Normally we do a first reading 1 month and then vote on the policies the next month. The policy committee recommended that the vote take place tonight. There are some time-sensitive issues in here. There's a few more policies that are outstanding with this that we'll bring forth probably next month. They require a little bit more of some in-depth research among our staff. But these are here tonight to be presented and approved. So policy committee reviewed them last week.
So to clarify, we're not approving the entirety of Press 102, just what the policy committee.
Correct.
added.
Section and a half. Just it's on the.
Very good. Superintendent recommends board of education approve these Press 102 policies as presented. Is there a motion to do that? Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
In case you didn't read through the stack of policies like I did, what you see here, the reason that we made that kind of different recommendation than we had in the past is really just from an efficiency standpoint. Most of the policies here are either just updates, legal references, corrections in grammar, or they're mandated by law. So there wasn't a lot to really grapple with. And so we just thought for the sake of efficiencies, it seemed a cleaner thing to present them and pass them. And then the few that did require some procedural efforts on the part of the administration and the staff have been held back and will be presented as soon as the staff feels like they've had an opportunity to put procedures under those processes that make sense.
Thank you for that clarification and further information for the policy. Any other discussion on this?
I think that chart is good and very helpful. But I did read through and got astounded on two things that came from the state, so I just wanted to point that out. I don't know exactly how we handle it, but one is 430. It's on page 152 in our pages here, and it talks about how the chief investment officer should regularly consider material relevant and decision useful sustainability factors when we consider where we put our money. But in the other paragraph it says the only place we can put our money is in banks.
That would be true.
I don't get it. Just don't get it.
Marcia, Dad did say at Seaman Hotel we did not censor on it.
It just says regularly consider. It doesn't really.
I know. So
Maybe it's a single thing, I don't know.
I don't know how we get held to whether we regularly consider it or not, but we've got to think about that. The other is 6,300, graduation requirements.
Which page?
188. I get the fact that everybody's got to meet the graduation requirements, complete courses, the minimum requirements, all these other things that are logical. I don't get that everybody, in order to graduate, has to show that they have filed the FAFSA.
I have to comment on that. So I happened to be on the Senate floor that day as a guest as I teach a policy class, and it was up for hot debate. And since it's public information, I'll just share. So Chip and Rose was very much for that policy, and Jason Berrickman was like, I don't get that. He looked at that as micromanaging our students again. The field that came out in Springfield that day, and I think it was in May that I went, was that they feel like the smaller colleges are not getting the student population that they might get because students have no idea how much money they might get because they're not applying. And I know that Chapin Rose, who was our local person, was very much, he was on that side of the fence. And so, I mean, obviously had no opportunity to vote, I was just a spectator, but that's kind of how it came about, that if you have people go forward and actually go through the process of applying for financial aid, you might have more students going to college because they have no idea. Now, that's Chapin's opinion, I'm just telling you where it came, but it was, and that's how it got in the thing, and I was like, well, you know, kind of micromanaging, but that's how it came about.
I don't doubt that more kids might learn what aid comes to them, but when you fill out a FAFSA, you gotta specify the schools you want that aid to go to. If you can't think of that small school, you're not gonna know what they're gonna give you.
Well, and not every kid wants to go to school, they think they might
No,
want to get traded, we
they
need
don't,
that.
but my question is, how are we supposed to monitor this?
Well, so just want to make clear, this goes into effect for next school year.
Right.
And, you know, we'll have to problem solve and figure out the best way for kids to do that and what it looks like. There is an option for parents to opt their child out of it, but it is now a new graduation requirement. I mean, this is not left to local decision. So I agree that, you know, we'll have to figure out what that's gonna look like. It's probably look like different.
Let's bring Chapin this month.
Well, I'd also like to point out too that it was kind of a May session, and you know, if you have all this stuff and everybody's wanting to go on their summer vacation,
stuff gets rattled off and maybe doesn't get studied the way they should.
We talk a lot about staff time, it takes these things that are mandated.
Mandated for Springfield, so we're gonna have to figure out how. Okay, any other comments from the board? Yes, Councilman.
One of the policies that I saw and was thinking about was 7150. It had to do with agency and police interviews.
Did you say what page?
You know what, I'm not sure.
Just 2 or 3.
They should be in order. But actually, I don't, you probably won't need to look at it. So my question was just, Dr. Hall, could you speak to how we implement the current policy and how you see we're going to implement this new policy?
I don't really see the new policy changing what we do.
Okay, so how do we handle now if a police officer wants to interview a student while they're in class, let's say? I just want to understand how that works.
Well, it depends, it's wholly dependent on what the situation is and what the line of questioning is. And so, we do our best to contact parents ahead of time and let them know, and they're welcome to come in. And certainly a parent can refuse and say no. And if it's an outside criminal issue, then that kind of becomes more of a private thing that parents and law enforcement can work out on their own. So we do notify parents, and they're welcome to come in.
Do we currently do anything to ensure that the student understands their rights in that situation? And what about if the student's too young to really even understand their rights?
Well, I think that we have, first of all, an excellent school resource officer who's often involved and who understands what that would look like. I think we have administrators who are very well apprised of the developmental level of students, and again, contacting parents is something that we do. I'm going to assume that there's going to be some places where this policy represents a change in what they do, but as we read through it, it's really not that different than what we do now. We do alert parents. There's a requirement in the policy, I believe, to have available a social worker or counselor as well. We want to make sometimes that's necessary, but we don't want it to be a negative experience if we can avoid that. In the picture, that's one of the benefits of having a school resource officer, is because there are relationships in place that have been established, he's known, and on most days, Officer Ward is available, but not always, but that's certainly one of the benefits of that.
Thank you.
Any additional board discussion on this? For the folks new to the room, we started a change a couple months ago where we won't allow up to 5 minutes, or if anybody in the room has a question or a comment to make on this, they have up to 1 minute to do that. I don't think the countdown clock's working, but Dawn will run a time what we need to. Is there anyone in the room that wants to make a comment on any of the press 1 or 2 policies or has a question? Hearing none, we'll throw it back to the board if we're good. Dawn, need a roll call vote.
Schultz?
Yes.
Giles?
Yes.
Larson?
Yes.
Keith?
Yes.
Hennessy? Yes. Hendricks?
Yes.
McComb?
Yes. Item 2, resolution 5:20, Dr. Hall.
So this is, this resolution is part of the Press 102 update, and it does have a deadline on the board needs to vote on it by February 9th. That's kind of an odd date, it's Sunday, I don't know where that came from. This resolution is a result of changes in policy 520 and also policy 2105, I believe it is. So that the resolution is available for you to view, and saying that you're adopting a policy on the ethics and gift ban and workplace harassment being prohibited.
Okay. Questions from the board or comments? Oh, hang on. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve resolution 5.1 as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
Oh, you made it?
Okay, second?
Sorry, I know you didn't hear me, I said I move. I
Okay,
said
sorry.
earlier.
Second. All right, Ellen, second, all right. Now, discussion, I'm sorry. Hearing no discussion from the board, if anyone in the audience, we've got 5 minutes we can take, if anybody out there wants to make any comment on resolution 520. Hearing none. Anything else on the board? Roll call vote, please.
Keith,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes?
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
McCollum.
Yes. Item 3, proposed policy 2:52, Dr. Schultz.
So this is a policy that I proposed at the last meeting. It adds to what we do with retired board members. It shall be the policy of the district to invite retired board members to be seated with the board and participate in presenting a diploma to his or her child at high school graduation any year in which his or her child is a member of the graduating class. And I had said before, I read an article about Carly Raver and how she's graduating this year, and I just thought about the sacrifices that kids, board members make, and how meaningful. I have been told that it is for their parent to be able to present them a diploma, and so I thought it would be a good idea if we would extend that honor to those board members who have retired, but yet still have children in the district.
Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the revised policy 2:52 as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Thank you, Lori. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Neil. Further, I know we presented this last month, I think.
This is about,
So this is a vote.
This is a vote.
Any discussion by the board? Once again, we've got 5 minutes if anyone out in the audience would like to make a comment or has a question on this. Hearing and seeing none, board, are we good? Roll call vote, please.
Giles,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz, yes. Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy, yes. McCollum.
Yes, the next, several are first presentations for discussion. Item 4 is proposed board policy 2:140. Mr. Keith.
I'm gonna move that we table this one indefinitely. It's become clear that the language that I chose does not match the intent. So I wanna really overhaul this and come back to the board.
Okay. It's not up for vote tonight, so we can just agree, I guess, to that. Everybody good with it?
So I made a motion. Is
What on?
you need a second, or are we just, maybe I don't need to make
I don't want to make a motion. Just for-
Joe Paulson said they
or it's not an action item tonight.
a
So
Okay,
we just won't bring it back a second time in this current form.
yes.
Okay. All right, very good.
Thanks.
Item 5, proposed policy 2:280. Again, Mr. Keith.
Okay, so the 2:280, sorry, I'm trying to get to that spot. So, one of the things that I've tried to do is reach out to the different stakeholders in our community. And one major stakeholder that we rarely hear from are our students. So this policy proposes a new student representative. This would be a position that is allowed by law, and it's mentioned in some form in our current policy, but this policy that I'm proposing lays out more of the structure of how that student would interact with the board, how that student would be selected, and what their rights and responsibilities would be. Again, with the purpose of representing the voices of students in our district. And,
This is first presentation, so board, for discussion, questions, comments?
So I apologize, I'm looking at my phone because I emailed, we are the two members of the policy committee, and my comment was, no, just, it's an uncomfortable audience, and I wouldn't want to expose the students to this at this time.
So the way it's currently written, just so we're all on the same page, the selection of the student wouldn't happen until this summer, and the actual appointment wouldn't happen until the beginning of next year, unless we wanted to do something significantly different than the proposed text.
I guess I kind of agree with Laura. I think the atmosphere in the room the last 6 months probably isn't something I want to be a student to right now.
We have student council, and we have some other, I don't remember exactly what I wrote down, but we have some other organizations. I don't dislike the idea of it, but again, I'm gonna stick to, as a child welfare person, a social worker, it's not an atmosphere that I want students to be in until it gets to be more comfortable, and it's January, so I don't know that I can set a timeline on that yet, unfortunately.
What does the student add to the board?
So the idea was to try and give them an avenue for speaking to the board, having their ideas, their concerns brought to the board in a more formal way, I guess. I mean, students have the right to come and speak as it stands. But maybe we could encourage someone who is passionate about representing students, you know, a student that would be passionate about that, maybe we can encourage them to come and speak to them.
I mean, I just come from a different tack, is that the adult population of the school board and a couple of the platforms. Yes, students are right, but the adults need to be making decisions. And I know the students can be making decisions, and they're welcome to have input, but I just think it would confuse matters from their standpoint. It's just my perspective.
Sure. That's reasonable.
I think there's two things in here. One, there's language in here that states that this representative shall primarily be the voice for all students. None of us sit here today and represent the voice of all the folks who are sitting out there, so I think the language is misleading. And I also think that use language in here to have this representative be all the ones who ask be interviewed by this board. There could be 30, there could be 300, there could be none. We don't know, but that we don't do anything like that at the board level. At that granular level, we work with committees, work through others to funnel that stuff in here to the board. I think that process would be misguided and could really go off the rails.
That's a good point.
So I wouldn't support it in its current form at all. And I would agree with Lori on that. There's other ways to get ideas from students without subjecting them to 5-hour board meetings.
That's a really good point. We could have a lot of students apply for that. Is there a solution you can think of to that problem?
Not at the moment.
No. Okay. And I take your point on the other thing you said about representing all students. Yeah, I can see how to, you know, this is good. This is what we're supposed to be doing as we develop these policies. Let me think about how I can change that language to make it more accurate.
Any other comments from the board on this?
I would add, I don't know if it's a policy level. If we want to have students involved, we don't even know from the buildings what kind of student interest there'd be. We could talk it up and do a number of things, but to start with policy and from top down, let those students in to be part of the body here, it's cart before the horse.
Okay, public, if anyone's got comments on this, we'll take up to 5 minutes, one member person. Yes.
Just very quickly on that. So didn't really think this through because I didn't realize it was kind of coming up. So
At the university where I work in student conduct office, we do have student governance, and I know it's over student conduct, but we also, I know student council was mentioned. I know there's, mention of concern of the level of division, if we're going to call it that, within the room or the community, wherever we're going to place it. What I have seen in my 11 years in students being able to give voice to their governing bodies is that they are able to basically have mentors to help show them how we are going to get through disputes, how we're going to listen to different visions and ideas of other people, respect those differences, and come up with a solution, whether or not it's fully agreed upon or not. And at a university of over 40,000 students, the number of students that we have apply for my department specifically that does this type of thing is well under 100 out of 40,000 students. And these are typically students who are going into political science or some sort, or maybe want to become lawyers or are just interested in local government going higher. So I think that is a consideration that should be given credence to.
Any other comments from the public? Yes.
I do think this is a good idea and something that should be explored further, but rather than maybe a board selection tied to the student body elections, then it is being selected by the students. It's a good introduction to politics. And while there are some disagreements here, that is life. And it is maybe even a rotated position amongst the student body council where then they can come and report back to the rest of the student council. And it's a learning experience for all of them.
I just had two questions. First, have you spoken to the administrators about what opportunities students already have to share their voice? Because I went to whatever the dialogue session was, campus conversations, and I heard from Mr. Benedict that there is a lot of feedback already going back to the administrators. And that leads me to my second question, which is, what happens if you have a student, what's going to happen to the information that these kids bring? So if you have, let's say, a disgruntled student who is upset with a teacher because he or she didn't get the grade he or she wanted, is that then going to become a board micromanagement policy where you are kind of, the lane lines are maybe getting a little bit blurred, and maybe that isn't your role? So I think, that's definitely worth exploring to definitely get student voice in here, but maybe really clearly delineating what the purpose and the objective would be to have that student in here.
Sure. So, when I first started working on this idea, I actually discussed it with Mr. Cheek, because that was back then. And I brought to him the idea about, should this just be the president of the student council or what have you? And at the time, I didn't have a high schooler, so I didn't understand how things were organized very well at the high school. But the way he explained it to me, and it could be different now, is the student council at the high school was less about student governance and more about organizing the social aspects of the student body. And I think that's a wonderful idea to make it more directed by the students, have them run. I think it would be a wonderful learning experience for all our students. And then they learn how to reach out to people that they elect. I think that's great. And then for your question about the information they bring, I think we would have to handle that as a board in the same way we would handle if a student came and tried to speak. Or we've had a couple parents come and try and speak about a very specific thing, and we encourage them to, if it's got sensitive information, let's discuss that privately, or redirect them to Dr. Paul to discuss that with them. But we would just have to act as a board to ensure that the students were bringing appropriate information to the board. Yeah, that's a really good point.
I like the idea too, and I do think we should look at ways for students to bring their interests or concerns to the board. But I actually have a concern on the other end too. As a staff member and a school psychologist, my role in the buildings is very different than my role if I should choose to voice a concern or to speak in front of the board. So I worry I might not be able to speak as freely or as openly at a board meeting if there's a student representative or students present.
or that they may view me differently or not want to work with me in the same way in the schools if they see me in a different light at a board meeting. And I don't know if that would affect other staff the same way, and it might never come up, but I think that's something to consider as well.
Thank you, I hadn't thought about that, thank you, that's really great.
Okay, timekeeper tells me we've run our 5 minutes. Is there anything else from the board?
I would just like to say that I really value the idea that we want to hear from students and that students have their own agency. I'm concerned, I share Lori's concern, and also I feel as though we have 3,200 students, and I feel like we need, if we're going to try to work towards bringing student voices in, that we would need to try to figure out how to have a broader variety of student voices. A little bit of a hard time thinking we're gonna pick one and that's gonna represent the diversity of the 3,200 that we have. So I would like to see us figure out a way to sort of have a diverse group so that we could hear from students in different grades, different walks of life, different, we have students in different programs, different levels. So but I appreciate the idea that we want to have the student voice.
So, that's really valid. One of the features of the way I designed this was the ability for whoever the single student representative, the ability for them to specify what I call a temporary proxy. And that just means that they can pick someone else on a temporary basis to come and serve in the role of the student representative. And I thought that would kind of help alleviate that issue that you're having one person only, representing such a diverse group. They could, if there's an issue that is really in the lives of our freshmen at the high school, they could choose one of the freshmen to come speak on behalf of the student representative. So, but it's a very valid point.
I guess I'm just old-fashioned. I think that our kids and students should be worried about pleasing us and teachers rather than us pleasing the students. I mean, I feel like we're looking at
Ultimately, we're trying to serve the students, though. I think we need to at least hear them. I agree. I mean, that's why. I mean, even in the law, they're not even allowed in the law to make decisions on board. But I think we should work to hear them as a board and adults in general. I try to listen to my kids. I don't give them what they want, but I try and listen.
Okay, that completes the first 5 business items on the agenda. We've got about 9 left. We've been here a couple hours. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. Some drinks. We'll resume in about 5
minutes. How are you, Chris? I'm good, how are
Oh, absolutely. We're going to talk to Preston. People are going
David's gonna go during the day.
Somebody was like, oh, so he comes out of there, and they're like, nobody like sitting there goes, yeah. In my head, I was just like, show up. So many people later, I see him.
My dog is.
Watch her at 9:20. I waved at the camera.
All right, so I have to tell you myself. Yeah.
Are you guys here for grace?
I'm very thirsty. You're only allowed
All right, if we get everybody back, that would be good.
I crossed my legs and I had the worst pain up here.
Other than Lori, you just went outside. Oh. Oh, I'm sure.
That's not what it was.
Oh, yeah. And I saw that, that's funny. You got strep. Yeah, please.
All right, thank you, everybody. And for those of you that are still here with us, thank you for that. We have just turned the page. We are on the back page of the agenda, item 6. Proposed policy 3:11, and that is Mr. Keith.
Okay, so this is a new policy proposal titled Public Reports. And what this is seeking to do is set up a way for us as a board to, and a district to put together collections of data that we make available to the board and the public on a regular basis. And this is not addressing any specific reports or data sets in this policy. What we would do is come back and as exhibits to this policy, we could then add a public report on lunchroom habits or transportation or whatever we decide we have a need for. This policy that is proposed just sets up the framework for how that would work. It sets out what the responsibilities are for the superintendent, what the responsibilities are for the board, and kind of sets what the overall goal is to make available more data for us to make our decisions, make our data-driven decisions. It's something I really want to see us improve on. This is the first reading, so I'd be happy to answer any questions. Board?
Just an observation. I see something here that says, public report data is determined by the whole administrators as opposed to hire. So I'm not sure that's our role in defining what data should be out. Secondly, I don't know why we need a policy for this. It could be part of community engagement, it could be part of a number of things, it could just be good practice. Don't know if we need a policy.
Sure, so the policy is meant to provide the board a route for defining these types of data sets and then talking about how it will be available to the board and the public. The reason we need that as a board is...
We do that anyway.
Sure, but if we do it ad hoc for whatever kinds of data we want to get out there, it will get messy. It's better to have a methodical way of doing it. And that's all this does, is it sets up a framework for how those reports are defined in policy and how those reports are maintained by the district. And to answer your question, earlier question, the reason this is important is, yes, the professionals are the superintendent and our staff, but the law and the people have set us as the people that make the decisions at the high level for the district, and it is essential, in my opinion, that those decisions be driven by data. And this is an effort to get clear data out there.
So we made some decisions that aren't being driven by data?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that.
My issue comes in not, it's just a policy being presented now, comes that we had this experience where you drove this board project that you were doing, and I was like, I don't know anything about a board project. I don't think it's fair for you to call it a board project. And so my mind is looking at it as like, this is my permission to get to happen what I want. And again, we are a board that makes decisions and we have a spokesperson. So for me, that just put a red flag up because I trust the people that we hire. We hire the best professionals that we can. They continue to provide the training. We should not be driving their workload. And to me, it's just very unclear to me where it's going. And then again, I've been burned, you know. I was told that I was working on a board project, and I don't want to have these individual projects going on.
So this policy, I think, is what you would want then, because this is giving us a way as a board of 7 to say what information should be out there, instead of an individual requesting information.
But you clearly stated earlier your 4 reasons that you ran for board and what you intend to want to do, and we kind of need to be on the same page when we're talking about where we're going to grow as an organization. So that's my perception. It may not be yours, but that's where my perception is, in being honest.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm having a little trouble understanding the connection to this policy, but I take your point.
My concern is workload. Are we creating or publishing information just to be publishing information? To me, it's like when you need data to make a decision, you ask for that data, and then that is then provided for you. My concern is that we would then be potentially publishing reports that aren't really driven by a question or a decision that needs to be made. They might be just driven by, needing information, which sometimes could be useful, but not always. That's limited time, resources, and I don't know. To me, ad hoc seems fine. If you've got a decision that needs to be made, then you request data to help make that decision.
So one of the roles of the board is to take a longer term view of things. And if we are trying to put together data ad hoc, there's some kinds of data that if you don't track it and manage it over time, you'll lose it. For example, again, I know of no problems with the lunch situation, so please don't take it to mean there's something there. But if I were to ask about how many students are taking cold lunch over the last 5 years, we don't have that data from 2, 3, 4 years ago because nobody tracked it. But it may be that we need that data to make a decision moving forward. So one of the benefits of this is it would give us a historical context on this.
But where does it stop? That's the question.
Well, and that's why this policy doesn't talk about the reports themselves, which reports, which data sets we want to focus on. This policy just allows us to then go to the next step of, let's have a report on this that has this kind of data in it. This is just kind of like the first step that needs to be there before we do that.
Jeremy's plan, where we just might spend a lot of time thinking about what kind of data we might need someday for whatever. I don't know, I'd rather deal with issues I know we need to deal with and kind of put data in the bank on 1,000 different subjects. I don't know. That's just me.
The other comments that I made the other day at the meeting, and again, I put them in the email which Don sent out, but there were no legal references made, and I thought it seemed excessive. We have a highly effective school finance officer who reports on nearly any financial question that is asked. There is no reason to add more layers of reports and responsibilities to the superintendent when everything we need is created and available. I mean, I just feel like, I almost look at it as kind of what we heard the union say tonight, we're just creating more things because this is what we think. And again, we're taking over the power of the people that work for us to run a great district. I appreciated when the Taylor brothers said earlier, you know, they've been here forever. I moved here for the schools, you know, myself. I'm sure many of you did, you know, and the staff and the community. And so I feel like it's just one more layer of just going in beneath, you know, outside of the lane. That's what I said at the community meeting.
So I have to disagree that gathering data is taking away the decision-making and micromanaging our staff. I can't see how that can be done that way.
How do you know what the right data is? I mean, how do you know yourself? I mean, these Trent studies, all the financial reports, you know, it just, again, it's my opinion of peeling a layer that is, it's why create more work, you know, if there's something broken, is it an issue? If it's something we're concerned about, then we talk about it as a board, we talk to the superintendent, but, you know, making a policy for it seems excessive. I will stand on that.
It's kind of like I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner all month, so I just fill up the pantry with all kinds of possibilities. Well, that's kind of what we're doing, we're kind of filling up the data pantry with all kinds of possibilities. You know, I think we all shop much better when we've got kind of a menu at home, and I think it kind of works that way today. Again, that may just be, I don't know. Other thoughts or comments from the board on this? Any thoughts from the audience? We've got 5 minutes if we want to take it.
I just being an elected official and dealing with data and information that goes public, I would just like to throw out there something for you to think of. When you go down this road, good, bad, and different, it could be good, could be bad, could be a little of both. I literally, working in a public office, could keep at least one person busy full-time responding to FOIA requests. When you're throwing the data out there, it's one thing for data that Trent has, or Dr. Hall has, or Christine has, or whomever, but you also, I think, have to consider the data that you may be looking to put out there. It's easy when it's financial numbers and it's all held in a database and everything. I shouldn't say it's easy, Trent, I'm not minimizing. But you know, he can spit numbers out different ways because it's all held electronically. What happens when you come forward and you want to do something like you're concerned about kids who don't have coats and gloves? So then you go to the teachers and you say, we want to collect data because we want to put a report out there that X number of students come to school every day without gloves or hats in the wintertime. Now you're adding more work to teachers, or who's going to collect that data, who's going to compile it, and you have to keep that in mind too. It's one thing, like I said, to ask for data to be compiled that's already held electronically, that can be thrown out there by punching keys and moving numbers around. But if you go down the road where you're getting data that's not in there, now you're creating work for somebody that you don't already have the staff to do, and it's gonna be assigned to somebody. So I just would suggest keeping that in mind, because these state laws that pass affect us all too. When they come out and say you must produce this data, somebody's gotta compile it and produce it, and you don't always have staff to do that as well. And like I said, that may be something you wanna look at, because you wanna try and make sure that all kids have gloves and hats or whatever. So I would just keep that in mind, because under FOIA as well, things you're putting out to the public, you're not required to create something you don't already have. But once you have it, then you're required to put it out there. So you're under that requirement as well. But if they call you and ask you to post that information, that's not something you compile already, you're not required to go out and produce it then, or if you don't have a means to do it already. So I would just throw that out there as a public body to keep that in mind.
I think I'd add what you just said, you know, the state of Illinois just already decided it needs to be somebody's job to either make sure every student has, every senior's done a FAFSA or opted out, so, you know, we collect things without trying.
I guess my question would be, are there decisions that you're being asked to make that you're not able to get the data for? Because that sounds sort of problematic, and if they're saying, we need you to make this decision, we're not gonna give you any data to back up one way or another, that concerns me. But at another level, what kind of data are you looking for that you as a board would actually need that you don't have available to you? Because it seems like lunches wouldn't really necessarily be something that you as a board would have to make a decision on. It seems like you're administrators and...
Yeah, so that's a great question. Actually, and it reminded me of a situation I just had. I was talking with a parent about the band trip, and we had a bus breakdown on the way to the airport, which breakdowns happen, that's to be expected. But they said to me, it feels like there's always breakdowns. And I said, no, it's probably just a one-off thing. This is probably not common. But then I said to myself, you know, we've made decisions in the past about how we fund our transportation and how we lease buses and things like that. But I don't know if I've ever had data given to me about how our buses are performing and how they're being utilized and things like that. And in all fairness, I haven't asked for that. So, but my point is, that's an example of some data that, especially looking over time, we can prepare and plan for whether or not we're going to need additional funds to lease additional buses or update our buses. It's just an example that just occurred to me from the question.
Each year, Nick does give us that information, an update on buses and other transportation needs. If I remember correctly, that's what I've gotten at.
And before you get too nervous, I was on the trip. The buses went straight to the bus barn and got two things taken care of, and we didn't leave Mahomet before it happened, so we did get to the airport fine from Mahomet, but we went straight from the high school to the bus barn to get a headlight and something else. Thank goodness we weren't on the highway yet. We had not left Mahomet.
Yeah, the recovery was fantastic. The staff and chaperones did.
They did their bus check, they realized that they weren't good, and we stopped, which, I mean, they did break down. I've seen it before, but I just, since that was 200 kids.
That light's burning on, I might have one right.
So Ken, there's actually a book that's been written about the things that you're proposing. And I will get you the name of that book because my husband fought for that for 7 years. He was the executive director, #1 guy in Decatur, but it took him 7 years to get that passed, to get the board to come on board and then for the employees to buy in. But once they got done, some employees who never thought they would get the kind of raises that they got went up because there was a really fair schedule that came along. There was a procedure for everything. All of a sudden, the emotional part of like, oh, gosh, you know, did this guy do a great job? Well, I don't really like him, but it was gone. And everything was very, very fair. And so then they adopted it, and now they're very happy with it. But there is a book that's been written about it.
All right, we've ran the 5 minutes on public discussion. Is there anything else from the board?
It's called catalytic leadership. I couldn't think of it for a second. That's what it's called.
Okay, that's the first presentation on this, and come back to us. Item 7, proposed policy 4:11. Ken, that's the Ken policy.
Sure. So this one is also a new policy, and its title is tax increment financing. So for folks that are not familiar, a TIF, or tax increment financing district, is something that municipalities use to develop a certain area by redirecting tax revenues from other tax bodies to set up a special fund to develop, like I said, infrastructure. These TIF districts tend to last very long. 23 years is what's common. And the impacts can both be positive and negative for a taxing body like the school district. Basically, this policy sets up some ground rules for how the board deals with TIFs and TIF proposals and decisions about TIFs. And it sets out some expectations of the superintendent and expectations of the board and what their responsibilities are. Do I have any questions on it? Again, this is the first reading on this policy.
Questions from the board, discussion?
I don't disagree that the board ought to be involved in TIFs. I don't understand why a 3/4 majority of the board would be required. We don't do that for anything else.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Sure. So my thinking on that had to do with, more to do with the longevity of the decision. You know, we vote by simple majority on things like budgets and agreeing to multi-year contracts with administrators and things like that. The TIF that was just agreed to in January is going to run until 2042, which means my 1-year-old son is going to graduate high school, and we will still be involved with that TIF. We will still have our tax revenues impacted by that TIF. Because that is such a major decision for the district, I would like us as a board to be honest, I'd like it to be unanimous, but I thought to give us a little wiggle room so that one person can't hold up the show, I would say 3/4 majority for those types of decisions.
We use a majority decision on financing buildings and buildings together that are supposed to last for 50 or 75 years. I can't support a 3/4 majority on anything. That's just me.
Is there a reason you're hesitant to have a solid consensus on a decision regarding TIFs?
How is a majority not a solid consensus? I mean, your definition of solid is different than majority.
Yeah.
Because you're defining yours as 3/4. That's a matter of opinion.
Yeah.
By consensus, I mean we agree to things. So if it's just a 4-3 vote, for example, that's not a consensus. That's a majority decision. So sorry, I don't mean to get into semantics. That was so. Again, the question I have is why are we not wanting more agreement on a decision as impactful as this? And as for buildings, I mean, maybe we should have that topic or that discussion too, because you're right. The building decisions we make are very long lasting.
This is just a first reading. We won't answer this tonight.
Sure.
That's input.
Are there any other concerns about this policy?
Public, we'll throw it out to you for up to 5 minutes. If anybody has anything you'd like to say or ask.
Even if none of the board members agreed on a TIF, it can still happen at the village. It's agreed on at the state, so it's irrelevant, in my opinion.
So the policy just has to do with decisions about whether or not to support a TIF.
Okay.
Because you're absolutely right, that's the municipality, I believe, maybe I'm wrong. I think
Yeah,
it's
lots of bodies.
municipality ultimately votes on whether or not to.
The last TIF from January 2019, all of the taxing bodies voted in favor of it. Is that correct or not?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a TIP committee made up of taxing
I think
bodies.
that, maybe that's good to let people know that are here that might not know. I mean, even I don't know everything, but I mean, again, I go back to, I feel like it looks like we don't trust the people to make the decisions that are immersed in it. I mean, like, I know this much about a TIF.
And frankly.
More than I ever cared to know about it, actually, but it's my duty as a school board member, but again, I just.
And frankly, the village can take it to the legislature without the support of any of the taxing bodies. Now, the village prefers clearly to have the support of taxing bodies.
But surely you wouldn't want an employee, I'm not saying don't trust employees, but surely you wouldn't want a single employee to make a 23-year decision that could impact millions of dollars in revenue for the school district.
Well, I don't think it's a single employee, and at least my experience from the one that I'm familiar with of January 2019 was we had our superintendent and our chief business officer be the persons that made our decisions on that. We were notified of it, so, you know, there are some things that we empower them to do, and that we have empowered them to do, I should say that, past tense. And I was good with that as a board member in January 2019.
So this just changes that, I guess, to make it a board decision, make it a board vote. Because the board was notified after the decision was made. And again, this is a multi-million-dollar, 23-year decision.
Okay, but this is your policy, and it sounds more like a you issue, it's not a me issue.
I think the broader discussion on how we manage TIFs is the right one, not start with policy language. Let's look, fine talking about it, but I don't think a policy in place to begin the discussion is the end all.
I'm fine talking about it, I'm fine voting on it if this group feels that's what we need to do. But I'm not going to subject anything that we do to 3/4 vote. Probably the most financially impactful piece that comes before us every few years is the union contract, quite frankly. And that's not a 3/4 vote by anybody, on either side. Any other thoughts or comments on this? Okay, item 8. Financing budget for projects. Dr. Lucy Hall and Trent Knox.
Trent has, I think, some slides to share, and just some very brief background information. We've made a couple of presentations about the proposed projects at the high school this coming summer, and we actually, those went out to bid last Monday, January 13th. Today, Damien Schlitt had a pre-bid meeting that was very well attended, and it went well, and we want to have people in the room for that, so that typically indicates a healthy bidding environment. I'm not the expert in that, but that happened today. Bids will then be open on February 11th, and then the board will, in order to get the wheels in motion moving, the board will need to vote on bids and approve a bid package on Tuesday, February 18th, which is the next regular board meeting. There's a lot of legwork to be done ahead of the actual work at the high school, which is primarily in the field house. And so if that gets pushed deeper into springtime, it's going to be really hard to complete the work. And in fact, with that timeline I just described, with the board voting on bids on February 18th, the field house, and if everything's like smoothly goes according to plan, which sometimes construction does and sometimes it doesn't. It's inside though, so we're not going to have issues with weather over the summer, but the field house is still not going to be available right at the beginning of the start of the school year. It's going to be more toward, I think, best case scenario, end of August. And as long as the weather's warm, we can make
some different arrangements, and not use the field house. So that's just kind of what it is looking forward. And so tonight we just need to have a discussion about financial parameters, because depending on the amount of work that the board wants to see done, if it could require the issuing of some short-term debt. And the recommendation that Trent and I have is to do the full project. The cost of borrowing is very low right now, and pushing these projects further down the road, which they've kind of been pushed, just further delays them and raises the cost potentially. So hand it off to you, Trent.
You hit all the high points. I appreciate it. Yeah, so a few additional bits of information, and we mentioned this in previous meetings. We have about $600,000 in capital projects funds available to dedicate to the project, and we will by this summer. Like Lizzie mentioned, our recommendation would be to issue the debt certificates for approximately $1 million and make the payments with 1% county school facility sales tax. That like she mentioned, that would allow us to complete all the work. Of course, bids pending, but these are the estimated numbers that we received. Most of these came out of the bids that we received this time last year when we did put that out to bid. Other than the floor and the curtains, which we bid in the co-op at the time, we're officially bidding those now. Of course, the co-op vendor will be bidding those as well. But so we've talked this to death, but includes the floor, the field house floor, curtains, painting the entire space, some Tectum panels, for some sound deadening, looking at the fresh air intake in the roof. We would look at health, life, safety funds, which we already have available for that. The lobby bathrooms, 3 sets of locker rooms in the field house, the team locker rooms, and then the PE locker rooms, both men's and women's. And then when we did the walkthrough, when was that, back in October or before that? I think it was October. Looked at the high school and kind of revamping that to make that more of a secured entry. And while we're at it, renovating the office space and conference room. We would be relocating some of the offices within that to make more sense logistically, and then replacing the carpet. And then we'd also look at the industrial arts equipment, both the paint booth and the desk collection system in the industrial arts space, which would also be health, life, safety funds. The fresh air intake above that I mentioned, this officially been approved by the state. We need to apply to use our own health, life, safety funds through the state, but we have not applied for the industrial arts space. But we feel like that's a pretty short cut to be able to get that approved. Our architect is pretty confident that would work out just fine. So we get to the bottom here. District funds, I actually have $350,000, but the little blurb to the left, $600,000 total. $350,000 we can dedicate just as cash toward the project. $250,000 of that we would use for that first year payment. So that makes up the total $600,000. And again, coming to kind of the total there. We can tweak that, of course, once we have actual bids. Maybe it comes in lower. Very well could be. ELDD sent that out to 40 general contractors. 5 or 6 showed up today, several subcontractors, so there's clearly a lot of interest. We're in that prime bid window, so to speak. So we are hopeful on how that looks. Kevin Hyde from Stiefel Nicholas presented some information a few months ago on just kind of the proposed $1 million debt certificate options, 3-year, 4-year, and 5-year payback. More aggressive, of course, with the 3-year. And those are some kind of estimated rates at the bottom, but for a 3-year payback, paying approximately $72,000 in interest. That's some pretty cheap borrowing, and I feel like now's the time to take advantage of that. Get a lot of work done that needed to be done for a while at the high school. We can look at any of those options. I mean, what we need to consider would be every summer moving forward, we have between $600,000 and $625,000 in 1% sales tax funds. The payments, they're kind of small. I can't really read that. The payments shown on the screen would come from that. So, in a 3-year payback, for example, that year 2, it's $400,000. We would only have about $200,000 for facilities related projects.
say if a boiler needs replaced or whatever may come up on an emergency basis. So there'll be fewer funds available for that if we do the 3-year major aggressive payback, but as you move out to 4 and 5, of course, the sacrifice is paying more interest, but you do have more available. So that's where I want to kind of gauge the temperature of the board on comfort level there.
Your recommendation?
I like the aggressive payback of the first one. I think, everything on the list, it hammers out the majority of our current facilities list. We know of a few things outside of that we do want to grab the reins on. For example, parking lot sealing. Steve could talk for days about that, but just sealing our parking lots, protecting our investment on our parking lots, and getting into a cycle of that. That's not cheap, but we still have some money for that, and we can get into a cycle of doing so in years to come. But nothing else really earth-shattering that we know of. Things have come up throughout the years, so that might be a reason to look it forward if we have concerns about, condition of something else. But nothing in the forefront right now.
Well, the interest rate's lower than the rate of inflation. And building costs in Champaign County particularly are rising faster because just the sheer number of projects.
What do you say the sales tax revenue is on average each year?
Each year about 2.4 million.
Okay.
The difference between that and the 600,000 will be funds dedicated toward tax abatement, which we'll talk about here in a bit. Other bonds that are backed by sales tax that we've committed those funds.
So right now we got what, 16 or 650?
600,000 will be available this summer, and it'll slightly increase years ahead.
So on the 3-year payback, in year 3, we don't have
Yeah, no, the 600 even. I mean, the approach I always take, incredibly conservative. Even with the 600,000, it still leaves about 150,000 as a buffer. I mean, but you're not surprised to hear that, Max.
No, I'm not surprised.
There's some buffer there. If I maxed this out, I wouldn't be doing my job. So, yeah, there's a little bit of buffer there, but that's that's what I would be comfortable recommending.
So I'm totally in favor of doing all of it at once, just because of the cost of the construction and the disruption that goes with it. The financing rate is wonderful for us to be able to get through this. We can find some bank that is sustainable to help us out. But I do notice that the 4-year cost for interest is only $5,000 more than what it is for 3 years.
Yeah, that is
maybe not a bad bet to go for 4 years, just knowing that could be a bit more conservative, something opposite. Sure, 2 years or year 3.
Something could easily happen.
Something usually could. So I kind of lean toward the 4-year.
I was thinking that till Trent told me even in the 3-year plan, there's probably 150 floating around there somewhere. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too was for.
No, that's a great observation.
I could live with 3 knowing that there's.
Well, that first year you said it's paid back at 250, you held back already in cash.
Right, that's already available and dedicated.
More than
that's
wiggle room plan.
Yeah, it gives you a little more wiggle room, right? Years
Well,
2 and years
summers individually. This summer we have the 600 total, 350 just in cash, like I showed, and then 250. So I mean, that doesn't put you any money ahead in future years necessarily, but
He's got that figured out. I don't know how he thinks.
Kevin's a huge help in these conversations too. I can't take all credit.
So one thing when we look at this list of things, I know we've established that there's a policy committee meeting and we talked about the bathrooms, the bathroom policy, and when James came to the bathroom, or to the policy committee meeting on behalf of the teachers, and he said why the teachers were not in favor of this bathroom policy, the very first point he made from the teachers was that we can't have unlimited bathroom privileges because he pointed out that some of the problems would be that someone in Indiana went to the bathroom and went to their locker and got guns and then shot the teacher. And he just expressed that, on behalf of the teachers. And so I feel like we need to listen to that and say, if the teachers are expressing that they don't want kids to go to the bathroom because they're afraid they might be shocked, then maybe we need to think about security and adding those things in to reflect the needs that have been brought to us. So when I think about cameras and what?
Do you mean cameras?
Cameras, securing doors, having more kiosks. I mean, I'm just saying, if this was brought to us and that was the first concern listed, I'm having a little bit of a hard time to vote for paint when this concern has been brought to us. And so we could do, cameras, doors, metal detectors, those kiosks,
Do you really want to talk about putting metal detectors in our school? To get in?
Well, do you have a sense of?
I'm saying security issues, I'm just,
We do have a specific fund for that. Fortunately, the board last month approved a recommendation to increase the tax levy in that fund. So we'll have money available, we have money available for that now to increase. And we're looking at cameras actively right now.
I mean, I think we need to address that. If that's been brought to us, we should listen
Absolutely.
and
We're
make
addressing
sure
the
that
office entry, yeah.
if that's a concern raised, we should address it. And I just wanna make sure that when we do this, we're looking at everything all at once and not spending all this money and then saying, oh darn, I wish we could have done this.
We're
So
always
could we-
talking and focusing.
Haven't looked at this
isn't
proposal.
changing. Yeah.
Having looked at this proposal last year, and then of course we had the bidding snafu, and it's back this year. None of the office security stuff was part of this last year, so I'm glad to see that on this year.
Right. Well, in a worst case scenario, if we find there's a surprise in any given summer of the next 3, we wanna take on more, actually do some improvements of anything, we still have other financing ability to do some of that. So, I mean, if we don't wanna wait and move forward, we can still do it. I think for this particular project, we've added some security, and it's just gonna bite us in the butt later on if we just don't take this on and get it done.
We're to the point where the field house floor is starting to look like the photo we saw of the addition floor.
Yeah.
And this is
Well, I'm not
Plain
suggesting the
surface
floor,
fees.
I'm just saying more cosmetic things. If I have to balance in my vote, I would prefer security over cosmetic issues.
But it doesn't sound like we have to balance that.
Yeah, it's happening. I mean, yeah.
And so, I mean, I guess I don't see on here the Lincoln Trail entry or the junior high entry.
That's happening. We're doing.
We're not bidding on the lease, we're just gonna do it.
When we present that, I think in November, I think it's October, the board's agreed just.
Agreed.
So that would be, we had the funds for that.
Have the teachers brought any other security-focused ideas as you were making this list? Did they have any other suggestions? I mean, because I take your point that I don't want people being scared to be in where they work. I certainly want students being scared to be in the building. Were there any other projects?
I'm not aware of them. We meet regularly with the MSEA, and I'll defer to James if you think that there are more security-related things that need to be on here. We constantly assess the number of cameras that we have in buildings, and Jared Lynn oversees that. Talks with our assistant principals. Often the assistant principals will come forth and say, hey, there's this spot, the current angle, can't see it, we need a new one. So that's being assessed. We've added kiosks. In the last, we did that a year ago in November. This is the secured entrance is here. We're doing Lincoln Trail. The junior high entrance is a huge challenge, and we heard that we can either do like this really kind of inexpensive option or not inexpensive and remodel the whole front hallway, which, and I think one concern about that lesser expensive option with the junior high was the issue of taking one of our educational office professionals out of the current office. So I want to make clear that the junior high entrance is not unsecured. It is locked during the day, like all other buildings. There are cameras there, you have to be let in. The issue is that it's easier to access the hallways once you are in that junior high entrance, excuse me. So, I don't personally believe that, and I hear your concern, Colleen, safety is always a concern. I don't believe that those safety concerns are mutually exclusive of this. I think they can both be addressed, but I would go back to James. Do you think there's other things?
In regards to when I brought up the policy meeting, the big thing I brought up, the number one concern is supervision during those restroom usage in that policy. That was the big thing that came up first, was supervision at the high school. It wasn't so much the incident in Indiana. That was just an example of someone, if they have freedom to go use the bathroom on them, that could be a scenario. But it was more of the high school has more concerns of kids leaving, and vaping is a huge concern in high school. And so those are issues that teachers brought up more than anything else, as far as the unsupervised in the bathrooms or on their way to the bathrooms. And so that seems to be a big concern that teachers have at that time. What's going on in the bathrooms, if they're going to have access to more bathroom breaks during the day. So that, I think, was the big issue with teachers, just the supervision aspect of the restaurants, not necessarily the security issue. I just brought
And I
that.
hear that, I just know that you said that at the policy meeting, and so
Absolutely.
I just took you at your word, so.
Yeah, and so that was just an example of what, could happen in an unsupervised situation.
I was just reading an article the other day about they now have monitors that you can put in restrooms that detect vaping and send alerts to phones. So when we talk about what we're going to do kind of globally in these projects moving forward, I think understanding that supervision is important. There is technology that we need to be thinking about putting in. Those devices cost about $1,000 per device. So I don't have any problem with this field house. I get nervous because it's $1 million here, but it cuts into what we were able to spend over the summers, and so we have emergency funds, but we've already heard that within 5 years we should be adding on to this building for Rick Johnson as he left. And I don't know how this loan impacts that. I don't know how where the list is. We keep saying where's the list of the other things like vaping sensors. I feel like we're making a decision on this kind of in a bubble because we don't have on the other side. These are all the things that are still on the list and understanding how those impact. And I'm not sure how to get to the end point because I feel like we keep talking about where's that master list and things come up like the sensors, like the junior high entryway, the best way to do that, like adding on to this building, like space issues in general, but I don't see those big projects anywhere. And so I'm unclear as to how to responsibly spend the money of the district on little projects, but I don't know how that fits into bigger projects.
So the master list was discussed at our July board meeting, which I realized that we were gone for, and it's part of the board meeting packet from July, and then I forwarded that PowerPoint to the board about, like in the last 10 days, I don't know the exact date. So that's the list of projects that we're working from. Steve put that together and did a presentation in July. As far as whether spending money on this would detract from potentially adding on to this building or a new building, I mean, today, this evening, I don't see that because that's just a much greater financing issue. We're always happy to meet and talk about the projects, so is Steve, if there's any questions about those. Our high school administration has looked into the vaping detectors. They are $1,000 each.
I didn't even know we talked about them.
I don't know if we have, I know that high school administration.
When I was in a policy thing
any other day, not a committee meeting here, but something else, like, I mean, when is there an onus on, like, they come from home, you know, and they get to school, like, I have kind of a, you know, there's already so many things that you have to do as a teacher, okay? I mean, there's things that we need to do as parents too, and I, you know, like, just one more thing that the school has to take on, and I'm a little cautious in just thinking about that, you know, making that ownership again beyond the school again.
I think that the baby essentially, they've had a good degree of discussion about those at the high school, and they've not purchased them because of some reservations they've got about effectiveness. And so I don't want to speak for them, but I know they talked about it quite a bit, and they're not sold on that plan.
We go back to this specifically. I think this has been pretty fair that we've actually been looking at some of this stuff for several years. I mean, this didn't just come up on the list this year by any means. And that revolving list is all bubbled up from everybody who's been in maintenance in every job for maybe 3 to 5 years and known that this stuff was coming. And we're at the point now, I mean, we did the other stuff in the central part of that high school and didn't need it desperately. And I believe this should, you know, we should do it well. We kick this can down the road again, we're going to pay for it. And, you know, they pay for it a lot more than getting it done now.
Over the point where I think they're hesitant to host events in the field house.
Well, contraction, I mean, I hear that all the time, there's other places.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from, we'll take 5 minutes from the audience.
I would just like to say something. I do think that mechanical things are a good idea, but I think you already have the greatest asset, and I am a child psychologist, by the way. One of the greatest assets that you already have, you know, you tout your teachers and what a wonderful staff you have and all of that. Their intuition is the very best thing you have. I have talked to many, many of the teachers here, and they all say, I could pinpoint which kid was going to be trouble at a very young age. And here's another thing that happens. From first, actually kindergarten through 3rd grade, all of the math, especially math, it's rote, okay? So the brain trains itself in a certain thing. But when you get to 4th grade, all of a sudden the brain has to go to problem solving using what it's learned. And emotional problems in the math area in the brain take up the same space. All of a sudden, children who have problems will start to dwindle in math skills. So you already have a resource. It's your teacher's intuitions. And so maybe what you ought to do as an administrative staff is listen to that.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Anything else from the board? It's going to come back to us next month's term.
Yeah, the bids will.
So it will come back to you in the form of a bid package.
I don't think we have to necessarily pull the trigger on those bonds the same meeting, because we have the 600,000, we have, you know, up to, of course, most of those bills will be until mid-summer, late summer anyway, so. But soon after, I mean, we have to seriously consider that. Like Lindsay and I said, we recommend doing the full list. Of course, bids pending, if it comes back twice as much, I wouldn't say make that same recommendation.
Item 9, school maintenance project authorization. Try Nelson.
Speaking of projects, so the state has a round 1 school maintenance project grant available. Opened in December, the application is available through February 14th. I can read this, but it's basically $50,000 that would be available to a school district, regardless of the cost of the project. Of course, it would have to be at least $50,000. But we could apply this toward the field house if we were granted that grant funds. It has to be an educational space. Naturally, the field house is for physical education. It has some specifics there, but I couldn't complete the application until we have a board meeting where it was discussed and a resolution, I suppose, to proceed. It doesn't hurt to apply like any other grant we would apply for.
So you need a board resolution to proceed.
Right. The application, it requires the date of the meeting that it was discussed,
and the digital signature of the board president.
Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the authorization to apply for the school maintenance project grant. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I just want to say thank you for finding this and going after it. I really appreciate you going after every dollar you can find, and this happens to be a lot of dollars, so thank you.
That's good. Anything else from the board on that? Anything from the public on that? Do a roll call vote, please.
Hennessy? Yes. Schultz? Yes. Keith?
Yes?
Giles?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Larson? Yes. Brightman?
Yes, budget Title IX per policy Trent.
So board policy 410 says something to the effect of we need to come up with a budget timeline each year and that be presented to the board in January. So doing that this meeting, we started that process really right after the last budget's approved in September, kind of roll everything over and start to piece the parts together for the next budget. But the first major discussion we had was November 26th to discuss staffing. We revisited that December 9th. Of course, this month we're setting the timeline itself. We will continue discussions about staffing amongst administration for the next couple of months and through spring. And we will make some recommendations. Our plan is to make some 2021 recommendations to the board probably in March. I would think that's the tentative timeline here, but go back to March 1st. It's just one of those key dates as part of the budget process that we need to submit some information to the state, which impacts the evidence-based funding model for 2021. Looking at April, that's when we start to see some of the numbers come in for incoming kindergarten enrollment. So we can determine whether we need to add teachers to reduce class size in kindergarten. That's been the approach for a while. April through August, we continue assessing the enrollment. Of course, folks come in and out throughout the summer, usually in. So we monitor that accordingly. Not just class size teacher or classroom teachers rather, but also different program needs and that kind of thing. We look to August 21st. That's the start of the 30-day period when the budget will be on public display to meet the state requirements. This would be 30 days out from when the board would approve the budget at the September board meeting. So we go a month later there to budget hearing at 6:30 like we've traditionally done. And then the meeting is actually approved at the regular meeting. Assuming it's approved, the next day there's a deadline as per the state that we need to post the budget the day after it's approved by the board. And then a statutory deadline to adopt the budget, of course, is by the 30th. So we meet that by including that in the September board meeting. October 1st is the deadline for, same as that March deadline, it's just more enrollment data submission for evidence-based funding. That would actually be for FY22, but I included in there anyway. Halloween is the deadline to file the budget with the state, the counties, and the regional office of education. So that completes then our deadlines, our requirements for the budget for the year. And then we start all over. Any questions there?
Questions for Trent? Questions from the public?
Okay, so did I skip past I'm sorry, I'm gonna circle back here. Early August, Finance Committee meeting. Yeah, that's a big, huge date there. Early August, we'll have the Finance Committee, just like we did this past year. And then the notification of evidence-based funding. That's a huge date, albeit later than we'd like to see it. That was like August 9th this past year. And of course, we start school about a week after that. So if we, not having the tier funding until then is troublesome, but we're happy to get it regardless of the time. We make some quick decisions at that point with what we can, quick but thoughtful decisions on what we can do with that money. We have that list of staffing needs, of course. It's just then turning around and getting those vacancy lists out so we can get some
If you had to make a guess, what tier do you think we're gonna be designated as?
We've been on the fence for 3 years, really. 2 of those years we fell into tier 2. One of the years, this year, we fell into tier 1. I mean, it's just kind of a crapshoot at this point. I wish, you know,
It's tenths of a percentage that's we're bouncing back and forth, it's so
Right,
close.
it's
So,
unreal,
I mean,
yeah.
we'll cross our fingers, it's tier 1 again.
a big determinant of that would be how much the state appropriates toward the tier funding, you know, in the state budget.
So there's a recommendation from the State Board of Education to pour hundreds of millions, into K-12 education and also early childhood education. And of course, the tier we land in is it's also then relative to where all other school districts land is too. So we're hopefully best. But we know that the greatest thing about the evidence-based funding model, we never go backwards. So our new base funding minimum is now higher, and that's good. Allows us to maintain what we have.
Is there any possibility to make the budget hearing not the same day as the adoption? Just maybe to stave off some.
I'm open to ideas on that.
That's a good idea.
But the budget hearing follows a public finance committee meeting, which is presented anyway.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I just know what happened this year, and I'm trying to give some suggestions so we don't have a repeat occurrence. So
I would encourage any board member to reach out to me as soon as they have a question. Meet with me anytime they have a question. That's always been an offer that's been out there for a time.
At some point, Trent talked about staffing or additional staffing and what that looks like, and of course it was tied to what the tier numbers are. But typically Dr. Hall gives us a kind of a heads up
I see,
on what they see for needs and priorities.
and I see that coming in February 18th. So if there are some areas where we know, like, I can say this right now, like, we know we're gonna need another section of second grade next year. And there's some other hot spots. I will say this, we also know that we need a French and Spanish teacher at the high school.
Additional.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's things we know, and then the leadership team has been working really since, as Trent mentioned, since fall, to prioritize the needs in terms of what are the staffing needs that we have. Our principals have been working with their building leadership teams and getting feedback on that, and I can tell you that there's a lot of concern about social and emotional health of our students and how to best support them. So Ken, I appreciate the work that you're wanting to do on reducing class size. I understand that. I'm also getting some class size numbers from similar districts in the state that I'm happy to share with the board once I have that all put together. People are not as quick to respond to that as I would like them to be from other school districts, but I understand that. And so staffing decisions can be, I mean, they're difficult because there's an ideal list and a vision of everything we would love to have, and we can't afford it. Most places can't. So we've got to do some prioritizing, and certainly, as an example, we have to have a second grade teacher. We're going to have like 32 kids in second grade if we don't do that in our sections, and that's too much. So we continue to discuss that with the leadership team. January 29th, we're going to really try to hopefully finalize that and bring some ideas and recommendations to the board, and hopefully go ahead from there. And then, as you know, and as you're coming on board the board for our new board members, when kind of in this area in spring and early summer where we're awaiting to hear about our tier funding, and I think it's safe to say that it'll be a couple $100,000. That's been consistent. I don't know if it'll be the tier 1 chunk of money that we got
last August. So we have to, consider that we're not completely sure about what the tier funding is going to be. I really wish we could find out earlier, but that's just not how the timeline.
Well, we know it will probably at least be tier 2, and
Yeah.
we know what tier 2 has looked like in the past, so we can make.
Has all the tier 1 money from last year been allocated?
No,
No.
so, yeah, from that list, we added the additional staff, that totaled about 360,000 of the 509,000. We were hesitant to go much further than that, of course, one, you just hear about it so late, which is a lot, but, we came off of 3 months prior to that, some county issues where we didn't know what money we were gonna get, so I was hesitant to recommend committing every dime of that, because of that reason, unfortunately, but, yeah,
Well, we're still.
hopefully we see that.
But is there any guarantee we're gonna see that? In theory,
I'm worried that the treasurer resigned, and,
in theory, they've got it, and we're supposed to get it.
I
But
would just like to add, we're also earning interest money on the fact that all of that money is not in our bank account, it would be someone else's earning a lot of interest, and so we're gonna attempt to pursue that.
when they finally brought Clifton Larson in to straighten things out, right? But if the money's not there, we're not gonna see it.
I'm hoping
I
that's.
have no reason to believe it isn't, but except if it is, why don't we all have it?
The pressure's on for sure, it's just,
I appreciate making a buffer for it, though. Buffers are good.
appreciate it.
Any other questions on the budget or the budget timeline? Okay, ISB online platform.
I would recommend just tabling this, it's not urgent, it's late.
Everybody good with that?
Sure.
And we'll table that.
Excuse me.
Alternate revenue source bond abatement
We
resolution.
have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just very quick, it's more of a, I would be interested to know, how or if class size affects the social and emotional well-being of our students. Like, does having a higher class size affect negatively the social and emotional well-being? Does it not? Is it neutral? And use that information and take that into consideration as
Absolutely.
well.
Thank you.
Alternate revenue, now we'll get on to something really fun. Alternate revenue source bond abatement resolution.
That was a very last minute.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. But that doesn't mean it doesn't work a PowerPoint, so here we go. All right, tax abatement. What is a tax abatement? Okay, so I just want to explain that, yeah, so the county has all of our current bonds on file. Whenever we file the tax levy in December, we don't even need to include anything in that certificate of tax levy form that's filed with the county because they already have it on file. They know what our next year's bond payments are going to be. And automatically they include those on the tax rolls when when the levy year starts. Now, a portion of our current debt's made up of bonds backed by the in-person sales tax called alternate revenue source bonds. So again, those are, we committed in the official statements, which that will make more sense in the next slide, legally to commit the 1% county school facility sales tax, as opposed to letting that ride in the tax rolls and collect property taxes to pay those. So by filing the tax abatement, we're basically telling the county, don't collect that, we have the money for that, as we claimed we did legally. And that comes out of the 2.4 million that I responded to with Dr. Henry's question. So we've seen this, we've kind of talked this to death too, the tax levy calculation, but we're focused on the estimated 2019 tax abatement column, the big black circle up above, square or rectangle rather, 815,190. That's the dollar amount we're talking about that we would file an abatement for. And the little bitty words at the bottom, which again were there last month and in November too, but I'll just read it. The estimated tax abatement is comprised of annual payment for the Series 2010, $2 million I'm gonna say ARSVs. That payment's $156,150. It's the annual payment for the Series 2016C, $2 million ARSVs, $159,740. And lastly, the Series 2018, $5.5 million ARSVs. That payment is close to $500,000. But those three total $815,190. So again, those would be on the tax rolls, but we're gonna say, nope, don't collect property taxes for those. We have money to back that. So do we have to abate? Yes, legally we do. In the official statement, which is a document created through about a month-long process with our attorneys when we issue a bond, it's used to, like it says, to market the bonds to investors. Just a plethora of information within these statements, but one bit of which would be that we are, I use the terms covenanted, that's what Kevin Hyde, the term he uses, covenanted to set aside the sales tax funds to cover the bond payments and to perform this abatement that we're talking about right now each year. Failure to do so would open up the district to a tax objection on the grounds that we didn't, or that the bond levy was not proper, so that the bond levy was inflated more than it needed to be. And the second problem would be it would open up the district to potential bondholders' claims, breach of what was in the official statement. You know, they invested in these bonds based on what was stated in the official statement, and then we would be changing that after the fact, and that would seriously impact the credit rating, the high credit rating of the district, which we don't want that. That affects when you issue bonds later down the road.
Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the alternate source bond abatement resolution as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trent, anything else for us on this? You sound like you were done.
No, I could go on for days.
Very good. Okay, discussion by the board. Or questions for Trent? Hearing none. Anything from the audience? Hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Hennessy. Yes. Schultz,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Item 13, resolution to transfer capital project fund sales tax revenue to debt service fund. Trent.
So we were required by state law to initially deposit the 1% sales tax into the capital projects fund. So we do that. This would then, this resolution would allow me to make that transfer of $815,190 to the debt service fund to make the payments.
To actually make the payment that we're making. Superintendent recommends the board approve the resolution to transfer sales tax revenue in the capital projects fund as identified in the abatement as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right,
Who got that one?
Megan,
Arm
we're giving it to me. Further discussion? Further discussion from the audience? Roll call vote, please.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles.
Yes.
Larson.
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Hennessy. Yes. Hendricks,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Item 14, board attorney discussion. Megan.
Okay, I would like to move that the board direct the superintendent to gather, communication from the district staff that has had with the district lawyers over the past 3 years and forward that to the board.
What do we want again?
I move that the board direct the superintendent to gather all communication district staff has had with the district lawyers over the last 3 years and forward that to the board.
Okay. And why does the board want that?
I made a motion, so maybe
Okay.
Oh, I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
It's not an action.
It's not an action item, it's a discussion item.
Well,
So
you can
we
take
have-
action on anything on the agenda, and I'm not sure how to talk about this without the motion. I brought this up a couple of times, and it's been made clear to me that it's something that the whole board has to vote on, so that's what I'm here to ask for tonight. I have asked a couple of times for the communication with the board's attorneys, one because the board is the actual client, and I was interested in seeing what those communications look like. Over the past 2.5 to 3 years, we've had an increase of 763% in legal fees, and I feel like in order to do my due diligence as a board member, I'd like to be able to review those communications and start to understand what the legal needs are for the district so that we can make appropriate adjustments. And so I'd like to be able to see that information.
You're basing it solely on the money? That's my question.
Am I basing it solely on money? No, I,
No, well, no, because you said the percent of increase. So my question has to do with, when you're talking about legal cases, you're talking about students and families and confidentiality. How many years did you ask for it of?
the last 3.
Okay, so those are decisions that you weren't on the board and made decisions for. So to me, that I don't, you all talk about transparency. I get that, but I don't understand why things that you didn't make decisions on, you need to reflect upon, because I don't think that shows a development of a current board functioning that we have now. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think that finances alone don't, so if you're looking for data collection, which seems to be a theme, if you're looking at finances alone, I think, all of the cases that we have with students are very unique to the situation. So I think almost the way to look at good is, why are these incidences coming up? What is the result then from them? It's so much more than the money. So that's just my opinion as asking for legal information.
I agree with you 100%, which is why I'd like to see the communication to understand those trends. It was made clear at the IASB conference that the board attorney or the board's attorneys, and this question came up in the conference, and Forensic said the board should be in on the communications back and forth with the attorneys. You may not want to read all of it because it can get pretty boring, but 100% that is the board's responsibility. Jeff Funk said the same thing when I talked to him at the last meeting. He did indicate that the whole board would need to give that directive. So I'm not suggesting that anybody else has to look at this if you're not interested in it. I think it's important. We do spend a significant amount of money on lawyers. And an average lawyer in the state of Illinois makes about $160,000. We've had a big increase. Maybe it's time to look at bringing on in-house counsel. So we have counsel around all of the time to make all of the decisions. I don't know how to accommodate and account for that if I'm not given the information that, as the client, if I don't see that, I don't know how to act on that. So I'm just asking.
Sure. I don't
see it.
I don't question the money part, and the in-house counsel, I gotta get that. It's
We're getting the invoices, right?
yes.
So we know what cases.
But that's not what she's asking.
We know which attorneys and which cases are generating.
She asked
bills.
for communication.
No, I know.
But invoices are high level, sometimes they say general. It's not gonna give you any sense of what the ideas are that are being talked back and forth. And I don't know how you make decisions in a vacuum. And so I'm just asking for permission to look at what, as the board, we are the client. I would like to be able to see what we talk about with our attorneys, and I'm asking for that.
In-house counsel is an interesting idea, but my guess is we have so many specialized needs, finding the right in-house counsel to take care of the vast majority of it.
I'm curious whether we even have that data. I mean, if we need more data from what brought the attorney bill here in the first place, the attorney ought to be able to have that.
We can ask the attorney for it, that's fine.
I think the attorney could present something to us for what backs up the bills in more detail than we would ever have.
The board needs to direct the attorney. If you want to modify the motion for that, I'm fine with that.
All we have is invoices, right?
I share the invoices with the board.
Right.
I communicate sometimes via email with the attorneys, so does Christine, sometimes Trent, sometimes Nicole, but mostly Christine and me based on what the matters are. But there's a lot of time spent on the phone with our attorneys, so I don't know how to make them. Right.
Well, and
I would suggest inviting our attorneys here and having them in a closed session where you can, in a sense, pick their brain
Can I comment something further, Miriam? And that's kind of what I'm thinking of as a school social worker and a person who wants to protect the confidentiality of kids. If I were a person who had a prior case and I knew who kind of knew about it, and then it gets opened up again to people that didn't have anything in it, it's a slippery slope to me. That's where my concern comes from. It's more like protecting the people and that kind of thing. And I realize we pay for it, I got that. But I'm on the board that makes these decisions for XYZ cases now, so that's
I
my
understand,
concern.
as a board member, I took an oath, I understand and talked about with Jeff Funk, the fact that, is there anything that he thought that I shouldn't be privy to, even prior information? He said no, and I said, because I do understand as a board member, I am personally responsible for violating any confidentiality, and then I am held personally responsible for that. So that doesn't really, it's no different than understanding information that is brought to us today. And so I understand the confidentiality requirement, and I would approach this with the same care and tact that I take with all of the information that is brought to us as a board.
I personally like the modification that I think Will suggested, because when you stop and think about it, I think you're right. You probably have a lot of cases where Dr. Hall or some other staff picks up the phone to have a conversation, and I doubt that they're keeping meticulous records about what they said, but I'm sure that the attorneys are, because the attorneys are going to have to build that. They probably need to have that background information kept for if it becomes a litigated matter. So I would say, yeah, what would you think about modifying your motion and saying that we're directing the attorneys to provide that, and any notes about communications that they may have taken?
Sure, so I'll modify it to say I move that the board direct the district attorneys to provide this board members with all communication and notes over the last 3 years and forward that to the board.
How much money, how much money in total are we spending on attorneys in the year,
It varies.
In 2015, we spent $19,122. In 2016, we spent $26,202. In 17, we spent $41,767. In 18, we spent $153,606. And we're budgeted right now for $360,502 for this year.
why are we budgeted for that amount?
Because we have ongoing
Good.
litigation.
Cases.
Is that why you chose 3 years?
Yeah, it just seemed like there was a spike. I mean, if we look over, it was just in an interest to try and get trends. We can go back to 15 because it's actually increased 1,785.26% since 15. I was just trying to pick a number where it seemed to jump a big deal because I felt like that might be the most useful.
Yeah. Maybe 3 is probably.
You looking for the notes? Is that what you had in the motion?
I'm looking for the communication because I feel like as the client, I would like to see the communication.
I'd like to get whatever we could out of them as to an analysis as to why these things have increased, and they could certainly refer to cases. I'd like to get that information without having to pay for it.
Well, that's why my first
So,
instinct was to ask the tech department here to do an email search and forward that.
I don't think they'll have that at all. I think the attorneys can put together something to say, hey, why are we up so much, and come back and give us some more
We're
data.
up so much because we have ongoing.
Right, but we could have specific case numbers and so forth attached to that, and we'd know. There could be a little bit more behind that to ask them to copy notes and so forth. I can't imagine they're gonna wanna do all that for
I just
Will not be
no
free.
cost.
I've
Yeah,
been
it won't be
asking-
free.
This is the mechanism that I was told I had to ask, so that I'm here asking. I'm uncomfortable as the client of the attorney not seeing the communications back and forth. And I wanted an opportunity to look at that, and then there's some trends that I have concern over, so that's what I'm here to ask the board to vote on.
See, and that makes sense to me. I mean, I can't imagine hiring an attorney and then not being privy to the communications with the attorney when I'm the client. Yeah,
No doubt the attorneys will give us some of that information. Just a point of order, if we don't say action on the agenda, can we do it?
Yes.
yeah.
Anything that's on the agenda that's published to the public, you can take action on.
So I second the motion.
Motion a second, we have more discussion? Anything from the public on this?
Are you asking for a summary
No, I'd like to see the communication.
between everyone? I know that in the past, MSCA has asked for that.
My guess is, I don't know what this is gonna cost us. And I can tell you that our water design going bills, that's being paid by insurance right now, and this bill will be paid by us.
Well, but I ran that math too, because what we've been told is that when we're in ongoing litigation, we cap out at $5,000. So unless we're in 72 lawsuits, I still have a gap, and I don't understand what's going on there. Well, we've been told that when we're in a lawsuit, insurance kicks in after $5,000.
Right.
So-
Still gets billed through, well, how does that happen, Trent?
Well, those bills have been sent to the insurance carrier. Now, sorry to get too far into this. I mean,
When do we see that money? Do we pay the bill and then they reimburse us?
we pay a deductible just up front, and then the bills are just sent straight to the insurance carrier.
So what was it for 18?
The total that we spent,
Yeah.
$153,606.
So we weren't reimbursed for any of that. That 153 was,
When we first started with some of the litigation, we got reimbursed after it went further, I guess I can say. Now, that covers legal liability, it doesn't cover other requirements that have come out of
This
the
was
process.
I just pulled this out of legal services. I know
I
that
understand.
fund had different,
Yeah,
so I tried to just pull the legal
Yep.
services
That's one of what's
to
in there.
make sure
Yeah,
it
so
was, we weren't
not everything is
mixing
covered by
apples and
insurance,
oranges.
it's the legal fees, and those legal fee bills are sent to the insurer, the insurance carrier.
but, so the 153 is what we actually paid. We didn't get any of that back.
I have to go back and look, yeah, I can't say for example.
Imagine it'd be a time like,
Saying some of those things, insurance may not have determined that it's covered or something, you know what I mean? Without looking at every individual book.
So your sole purpose is to try and figure out which communications are unnecessary? Is that
No,
what-
I'm just trying to understand as the client, we keep paying lots of bills, and I'd like to see the communication back and forth with the attorney and understand what the trends are, because there might be a different way to solve this, but I don't.
But that's what I mean, that's what essentially what you're doing, and you're seeing to see which communications you feel are necessary or unnecessary.
Well, no, I would like to have a discussion as a board. I can't decide one thing versus another. But I just feel like this is something that I have been asking for, and this is the way that I was told I could get access to it, so I'm here to ask for that. And then I think, you know, depending on if it's sent to the whole board, other people might want to read it too, and we might want to have a discussion as a board about
Have you had a
this.
personal conversation with Lindsay to see if that would satisfy?
I've asked
for
for her to send the information, and
Have you come in and talked to her about it?
I don't know what, I asked to see all the
No, but have you
communication.
come in and talked to her about it? That's what I'm
We
asking.
came in and we've talked about legal bills, and we've gone through invoices, and I've requested invoices. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, I want to see as the client, the information. I haven't been in to talk to her because she told me that if I wanted to see that, I needed to come to the board, and the board had to direct her as a whole. So I don't know why going in I would get a different answer. I asked for the information, I was told that the board has to give the directive, so I'm here to ask for the board to do that.
Well, by going in, you can ask for questions about the invoices, if you have questions on invoices.
I have questions on the communication, and I asked for that, and I didn't get it. I mean, listen, If you don't wanna vote for it, you don't have to vote for it, I'm just here asking to have access to information.
I mean, I don't think it's an unreasonable request, but I just wanna know, I mean, it's a lot of detailed information that you know, you may not have firsthand knowledge about, so trying to make decisions on whether it's.
I'm not gonna make any
appropriate to have those
decision, I can
conversations
use
or
that
not.
information and then ask some questions, which is,
But
what I would do.
why wouldn't we invoices with the general, you know,
Because it
summary
doesn't-
of what those conversations were suffice?
because I asked if I could see the communication behind the invoices, and this is the avenue I was.
But that's what I mean, so why do you need the detail of the communication if you don't have any firsthand knowledge of those cases to begin
I'm
with?
not sure, I'm just letting you know, I would like to see a set of information as the client of the attorney. I think it's important, and as my role as a board member, I'm signing off on very large bills, and the client is the board and the attorney, and I think that understanding what the communication flow is between the client, actually seeing their eyes on that is important. I don't know how else to say that, you may disagree with me, but that's why I'm here asking for the information.
I just think we could be asking, like I said, I think first we need to find out how much it would cost us to get that information from the attorney, because we could be talking about thousands of pages of documents that, you know, may cost us quite a bit of money to obtain as well. So if the information is available in a summary that's already provided in invoices, then that could
I
suffice.
did start the motion by asking if the IT department could run an email search and forward communication back and forth between staff and the attorneys. I mean, we've done Google searches on emails, it's not like you can't do that. Will it be everything? Probably not. I understand that there are phone calls that take place. So I started with, what I was trying to do was just have a simple search run and have that forwarded to me. Will that lead somewhere else? And then Merle made the suggestion that maybe we go to the attorneys. So I'm just navigating this based on conversation. I'm not opposed to going back to my original motion, and starting with the building blocks that we have here in the building in an effort to.
But I don't know if email conversations would get what you're looking for, because email conversations are minutes, whereas phone conversations might be longer, so you may not have any information on the phone conversations if you're just.
There may be nothing there. I just want to see it. I'm asking as the client to see the communication with the attorney.
Mhm.
I think any attorney can have it in a single file, all their notes, all the work that they've done for one of their clients. I think asking them to do an analysis on that and provide suggestions, I think that's gonna be expensive. But I think to just simply copy their file, that's.
I think the first step, I think most of these attorneys' bills are in pretty summary form as it is now. I think just ask them for the next level down before we incur any costs, and then see what they get us.
I would suggest inviting the attorney to come to a closed session so you can ask questions. And
I don't like that idea.
I would like to be able to vote on the motion on the floor if we could though, because I would like to see the actual correspondence. I've been asking for 6 months. This is my attempts to come here and ask the board to grant access. I would think that other people might be interested in seeing that too. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm here to ask for, so.
Yeah, I think just inviting the attorneys, we don't know the questions to ask because we haven't seen what's been said.
Well, we're asking why, their thoughts on why the bills are high and what we can do to help her.
That's not my only thing. I've said that this is twofold. There's a trend going on here, and I think that it's dangerous based on the legal advice that we received at the conference from the IASB and from the attorney when I stopped him here, to, as the client, not have any real knowledge about the information that's going back and forth. They made it very clear at IASB that the superintendent is not the client, and that the board is responsible, and that the board is the client, and there's a clear demarcation that you can give the superintendent authority to talk to your attorneys, but that you are responsible for that. And there seems to be a lot of communication going on just based on the numbers and how they seem to be increasing, and I would just like to see that.
Megan, I have a question for you.
We do closed session briefings all the time about what's going on.
Can I ask you a question based on this?
Sure.
So when you're looking at these numbers, though, you're looking at all legal fees we pay in the district.
It's legal services.
Okay, so I got that, but, I mean,
All I can tell you is it's the line item named legal services.
I got it, I don't have a question about that, but I think that some of the trends that you're looking at have to do with issues that were very public and well-known, so then to me it'd be like, okay, well, that one's easy to pop in there. So when you use your 763.13% increase, you gotta look at all aspects of the things that are in there, so that's,
I understand what you're saying, I appreciate it. I don't want to argue with you. I'm here with a motion to ask to see.
well, then let's call the question, unless there's more discussion, yes.
Well, I'm just saying that it feels like when I ask for a piece of information, I constantly have to justify why I want that piece of information. I don't feel like my reasons are invalid, but I feel like I'm trying to be talked out of them, or people are trying to re-navigate what it is that I'm asking for. So I'm just trying to be clear that as a board member and as the person responsible, as the client, I think it's important that the board look at this. I would like to do that in my role as a board member. I think we all should be doing that if I'm going to be honest. And so I'm asking that that information be sent to the board.
Okay, to be clear, what's the motion? Word of the motion. Dawn, you have it.
Modify the motion to direct the attorneys to provide the board members with all communications and notes and forward that to the board.
Okay, so that's the motion at this point?
Yes.
I'd like to amend that in a way to say that first round, be it something that would be no cost. And if there was to be a cost, they tell us what it would be, so we could assess.
Are we good with that?
I'd actually like to just vote on the motion if you wouldn't want to amend. I mean, so what does that mean? I've been asking for 6 months now, so what's the piece of data that the attorneys are gonna give us? So can we put this on the agenda for next month then?
I would just say let's just vote on it.
Anything further from any board members? Anything further from the audience?
I just have a question for all of you. Is this how you guys run your households? That people just send you bills and you guys just blankly pay them? And don't really know what you're paying for? I mean, that just seems common sense to me to know what you're paying for.
John, roll call.
Keith?
Yes.
Larson?
No.
Hennessy?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Schultz?
Yes.
Giles?
Yes.
McComb?
No. All right. Item 11, communication from visitors. If anyone has any visitors, I got one sheet from Gloria. Gloria wanted to comment on number 11.
8 and 11.
So I'm gathering
No. Rest.
You know what? It is really rare that I get to the point that I am furious, and I am furious tonight. I walk into a meeting and I see a group of people ganging up on 3 members without knowing all the facts. Never gave them a chance to find out why. I don't understand that kind of thinking. You know, in society, there's 2 things that we all protect, and it's control and power. We do it with our kids, we do it in our marriages, we do it as a professional, we do it as a neighbor. And you have to realize that people sometimes, when they feel threatened, or their little power structure feels threatened, they go to protect it. But the problem with tonight, being a child psychologist, to me, when I let my children go to school, I expected my teachers to protect my kids. I grew up in a country where our teachers, we celebrated them on Mother's Day. Like we had to bring a present for our teachers, and we carried the same teacher from first grade, we didn't do kindergarten, first through fifth. So there was a real bond there, and they got to know who we were. And so I think that as teachers, you know, there's a power structure in the school district, and it's the public number one. And then you have your school board, and then the superintendent, and then you have your administrator, then you have your teachers, and the lowest and the helpless are the kids. If parents come, listen, I go to IGA, you guys know, most of you teachers know who I am, and you know that I supported my teachers wholeheartedly. The threat to my kids was, I'm gonna tell your mom. My kids shaped up because I believed in my teachers. So when parents, or I go to IGA personally, and I hear, this is not utopia, okay? This is not the utopian school. There are bad teachers here. There are things that are not right. And when I go to IGA, I get a mouthful from people, teachers that I know. It is not your role, Lance, to protect the superintendent. You're her boss. She's making a lot of money. I read some of the comments from the last meeting. That's not your role. You know, and then I look at people and they talk about a certain topic, but they don't look in the mirror. You go ahead and you look at a building and just say, gosh, asbestos, look at that floor, look at the walls, they're a mess, they're old. You know, organizations get that way too. And you know what? If you want to save time for the public, just bring up a sign that says 4 to 3, no. Every time she opens her mouth, her and him, just put it up. We don't have to listen to all this bullshit. Everything is a problem. Everything has to be this. And then it's like, you know, you accuse and kids of, well, this sounds like it's your thing. Well, I was hurt because I didn't know this. Well, who are you talking about? You're doing the exact same thing you're accusing him of. You know, it just gets really tiring. And some things are just common sense. You know, I saw a sign a long time ago, and when I use the word love, I don't mean it in any other way than is human to human. And it said, where love is short, criticism is long. And you're not acting like a very loving board. And then everybody worries about all this dissension and how it's going to, you know, divide the district. A house divided will fall. You may have your little victories some nights, but it will eventually fall. And the ones that will suffer are the kids. And I think that's where you guys forget the point of all of this. It's the children. They're the helpless ones, not you guys, not the administrators, not the teachers. We're all adults. That's our role, to protect the kids, to teach them. You know, and then the other thing that I just wanted to say about this, I wrote so many different notes. So many times they ask questions, and here's the thing, I admire the three of you. And that's a really rare thing for me to say. I watched you guys from the beginning. Every stone that gets thrown at you, but, you have an answer. You have done your homework. And you know what? Every teacher should admire that. I admire people who do their homework. For once, I feel like we've got a really intelligent group of people who do work. And I am very grateful for that. And I hope that this changes. Because whether you know it or not, it's not those three that are tearing it apart. So, clean up your acts.
I need to fill out a sheet, or can I just step up there and say who I am?
At this point, you don't need to fill out a sheet.
I wasn't gonna comment tonight, but I feel like I should, because I've sat back for several months now and watched the meeting, and I'm on the opposite aisle of Miss Cherry there. I'm Stephen Madd too, and I'm Stephen Madd as a taxpayer. And I disagree 100% with everything she said. As Mr. Taylor said tonight, we're the 38th city, Muhammad, as far as being a great place to live. One of those reasons is the school district. The three people that came on the board, I'm tired of the pity party that, you know, it's not their fault. what was this school district doing before the new people came on the board? We have one of the best school districts in the state of Illinois. We have one of the best school districts in the U.S. There was not all these problems that everybody seems to say have all been going on all this time. Yes, there's little problems everywhere. We have the best teachers around, as far as I'm concerned. Many people do. You're always going to have people that complain about something. There's always people that are unhappy about something. But as a general rule, you have a great school district. You had a great school district before. The board changed. But I got news for you as far as your questions and the information you got. We don't have new board members that come on the board and go and nitpick everything that happened on prior board meetings before you were on the board. That's not what your purpose is on the board, is to go back and review every single minute of every meeting. People make mistakes in meetings too. Board members are not perfect. I sit on many state and local boards myself. I make mistakes on those boards. We all do the best job we can to try and do what for the people that we're serving on those boards. And everybody here is trying to do that, but you're not doing that by going back and picking and nitpicking little things that weren't done the way you think they should have been done in prior meetings or other things, or under other circumstances. As far as your questions about money and everything else in attorneys, I'm a taxpayer in this district too. And the first thing I would like to see is you look into laws for the school district and things they have to address with attorney's fees. Special ed laws. I know about special ed laws because my wife is in special ed. There is nowhere else in the U.S. or state where you can go in, and if you're not happy about something, you can sue that entity, and that entity has to help you sue them. And if you want to go down that road and find out, you'll find out that that's the situation in Illinois. If somebody, you have people that come to this district because of the school district you have, because of the special education services you have. When those people come here, sometimes they don't get everything they want. And it's regular education too. But where else can you go somewhere and say, I don't like that decision, or I don't like that, so I'm going to sue you. And by the way, by law, you have to help me sue you. So keep that in mind as a school district. And when you're doing all this, and again, this is ridiculous for me too, because I sit here and I'm just as upset as you are about the other things that are going on. You all have to work together. I will say, it seemed like you guys made a concerted effort tonight to work together, and that's great, on most things. But keep that in mind. Like I said, I would love to, if somebody didn't do something I wanted them to do or the way I want to do that, I could say I'm going to sue you. And by the way, you have to help pay for it, and you have to do it, or you have to help me sue you. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the legal fees or whatever might happen, because nowhere else can anybody go and do that. Thank you.
You know what, I would just like to correct one little comment. You made way too many assumptions about what their motivations are. It could just very simply be they're very intelligent people who like details, and they're learning. They want to learn.
Okay. Randy, 5. Anybody else?
You why? You raised yours first. Go right ahead.
Quick, I found it interesting that it takes a board consensus to get a $50,000 grant, but no board input whatsoever for a TIF district. I just found that interesting. That's all. Thank you.
And on a positive note. Just very quickly, when I give credit where credit is due, my family, and I will get teary-eyed here, has gone through a very major transition that I'm sure a lot of you sitting at this table know about. And I want to thank Christine for helping us navigate. And get our son where he needs to be. I want to thank some of the board members who have reached out in support to ask on a personal level, is there anything that you need? Chad Benedict, who still stays in contact to ask, how's your family? How's your son? Pat Bailey, Risley, also for the same thing, because while he's gone, it makes us feel and him feel that he's forgotten.
just because he isn't here. I forgot what else I was going to say, but just many thanks to the people who helped and supported and continue to reach out.
I just want to make sure I understand the motion that passed this, so I can follow it appropriately. Did you motion?
It was, I move
Don's got the motion.
that the
All
board,
right, I'll
Can I
listen
just-
to the motion.
do you mind just reading it back? Direct the attorneys to provide the board members with all communications and notes and forward that to the board over the last 3 years. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to not be in a closed session tonight. So is there further discussion from board? Motion to adjourn, is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much, yeah, I've got all my stuff is in the hotel. I was there all day for an expert.